Namaste and greetings. I, Priyanka Negi, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, Prabhav एवं नीति अनुसंधान संस्थान नई दिल्ली, extend my warmest welcome to you all to IMPRI Web Policy Learning. Today, we're gathered here for the last day of the Public Policy Qualitative Participatory Action Research Fieldwork Fellowship Cohort 3.0. A 4-month online immersive qualitative participatory action research fieldwork certificate training fellowship. The chair for this program is Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI. The conveners for this course are Dr. Simi Mehta ji and Dr. Arjun Kumar ji. We welcome everyone to this insightful discussion and appreciate your dedication in investing your time, energy, and commitment to gain a profound understanding of the crucial role and intricate details of public policy frameworks through this fellowship. To begin today's session, I would like to invite Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI, to kindly give her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Priyanka Negi, for giving the preliminary remarks. We are on the last day, the concluding day of our presentation of the course, and I welcome you all for your presentation. I know there is a lot of excitement about today's presentation. We have been in touch with each other through our WhatsApp messages and individual emails. Of what all we have done in the previous 9 days. We began with the orientation about the qualitative research methods, and Dr. Professor Vijay Raghavan gave us an overview of the history, conceptual understanding, analytical framework, and actual conduct of the participatory action research with the qualitative input in which resulted in the systemic changes, policy changes, creation of a data-driven evidences for the transformative changes in the area of child rights, in the area of prison rights, in the area of urban safety and security. Day 2, we had Dr. Amar Jesani, who brought in the ethical dimension. He talked about informed consent, social accountability, keeping in touch with the community with whom you have done the research. Are you doing the question? Are you doing research on the community, or you are doing research with the community? In the participatory action research, you are working with the community, and you don't even call them subject, you call them respondent. Day 3, we had a presentation by me on qualitative research and reporting, the whole processes of how do we go about the preliminary inquiry, how do we create the bonding with the community, and also various methods, whether it is individual in-depth case studies or focus group discussions, and how do we write responsibly, associatively, and ethically were narrated by me. After that, we had a very, very profound presentation by Professor Anjula Bharti, who started with the philosophical understanding of Gramsci from the prison diary, and he talked about how the everybody is an intellectual, and all those who are involved in the participatory action research, they are rooted in the ground reality, and their theorization comes from the experiences and the qualitative input where your words become the data. And she brought out very effectively her own involvement in qualitative research as with regards to women in Panchayati Raj institutions, women, the question of social conflict which are existing in the society, and how do you do the conflict resolution, and what are the developmental challenges that you face, and how qualitative research can answer some of the queries in the developmental discourses. Day 4, we had Dr. Soumyadeep Chattopadhyay, who provided the insights of fieldwork and also the questionnaire, how to formulate a questionnaire. First, how you conduct the pilot, understand the reality, closely observe what is happening, which are the dynamics that are happening at the ground level, and on the basis of which you create the, you come up with your questionnaire. It can be open-ended questionnaire, because so many things which you, when you go to the field, so many new dimensions and new challenges that you face, that also gets to be incorporated in your research reports. Dr. Anamika Priyadarshini, who spoke on the same day, she also gave so many useful tips of carrying out action research fieldwork, and she also said that there have been some skepticism about qualitative dimension because of the less number of uh, case studies or less number, which is in the qualitative studies which you are examining, while quantitative studies have a huge number, while here you have limited number. Number two is that the ideology or the subjective understanding, observation, and analysis of the researcher is also involved. So some people, the positivists may call it bias, but at the same time, she also accepted the advantages of action research because of the experiential dimension and associative writing are extremely important for the transformative change. Maybe the replicability may not be possible at a macro level because each experience is unique. Day 5, we had a very interesting and mind-blowing session by Dr. Prabhu Punnuswamy, who spoke about the computing and technological and artificial intelligence related skills for the researcher. And he says he also showed some of the danger signals while using artificial intelligence, and we have how the researcher has to be extremely ethical and see to it that the technology is not used for any kind of a harmful purpose, or even the question of plagiarism is also very important. And that is why you need to check whatever you have written or what you have drawn from the resources. And he also demonstrated how the various programs and various portals on artificial intelligence can be used. He shared a lot of data on artificial intelligence, and some of the web links were also shared by him. On day 6, we had Professor Gumari Sridevi, who spoke about her experiences of conducting researches in Karnataka and qualitative fieldwork research that she did about the midday meal program, about the maternal and child health, about the functioning of Anganwadis and ICDS workers, and how some of the changes could be brought in by the qualitative research. We had on day 7, Dr. B. Rajeshwari, she spoke on the case study method. She gave an exhaustive analysis of types of case studies that you can conduct. And she also dwelt on her own involvement in conducting case study researches. And she gave several examples of a successful completion of the research projects, which resulted in transformative changes. Dr. C.V. Mehta, on the same day, she explained the report writing and editorial guidance, right from the idea of choosing a topic to coming up with the concept note, and then research methods and methodology, the ideological framework that you have, research method, how you choose the sample, how do you write, and what kind of precautions you need to see to take so that your article gets published and can get published in a peer-reviewed and academically or scientifically acclaimed journals. We also had several interactive sessions from day 1 itself, where the discussion about choice of the topic, choice of the research project with the participants would be doing, what kind of fieldwork challenges they were facing, what kind of facilitation they required. And so fieldwork update was constantly given both online when we met in the sessions and also through emails and WhatsApp. On day 8, we had Professor Utpal K. Day, who spoke about the fundamentals of qualitative data analysis. Why, along with quantitative data analysis, the qualitative data analysis can also triangulate, which also increases the robustness and credibility of the research. And he also said that in a qualitative data analysis, how do you do the coding? Because which are the words? Because in qualitative data, your words are your data. Okay, and how do you come up with the understanding and come up what are the your perspective is guided by the words that are explained during your interviews. Dr. Purnima Chauhan, she gave real life experiences of her as a bureaucrat in Himachal Pradesh. And she said that how she used the tool of ActionResearch and to come up with the suitable policies. And she gave very good examples of a sanitation, then the water pollution in water bodies, or declining sex ratio, the abuse of scientific technology of ultrasound, and how her action research in different provinces in Himachal Pradesh resulted in coming up with the guidelines for the state of Himachal, and which had a very glorious record of curbing practices such as sex selective abortions after use of ultrasound technology, or some of the vested interests who wanted to do the land grab, and also in the name of using the alibi of pollution. And she said, how did she counter? By providing evidences. She also said that whatever was happening at a sub-national level, she also shared those experiences at a national level, and so many awards which the Himachal Pradesh government got under her leadership. We had on day 9, Professor Mani Meklai. She also gave so many ways in which researchers who have proficiency in qualitative research, they can establish their career in the state and non-state fields. For example, in the various government departments, in women studies centers, in the program planning department, in the United Nations and international NGOs, and also in the corporate world, because now, even in the advertisements, the focus is on story. Okay, the people should connect, your viewers should connect with the story. So there too, qualitative research becomes very important. And what are the ways in getting your article published? What kind of theoretical orientation, logical consistency, very foolproof referencing are very responsible for getting your articles, how to convert your research report into an article, and how to get it published in esteemed journals, and also get your research noticed by the planners and policymakers, so that we can have a very result-oriented, data-driven research endeavor, so that it doesn't gather dust in the library or in your personal shelf, but it results in being useful to the community, to the society. And today, now we are on the 10th day. Now we are going to listen to you and do your presentation. And over to IMPRI.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That is a very comprehensive recap of the entire program. Thank you so much for going into the details for us. With that, ma'am, we'll proceed with the first presentation for the day.
Yeah.
To all of the participants, I have been sending the auditive presentation in the chat box. If you do not see your name, you can either raise your hand or you can point it out in the chat box itself. That being said, Snehaji, if you are ready.
Also, please accept panelist link. We have been sending panelist link, then you'll be able to on your video and share. Yes, Snehaji, go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I'll just switch on my video, but just a second. Yeah, hello. But my internet is a little sketchy, so please let me know, okay, if I can't be heard. I will have to present, right? Or
yeah, you are present.
Okay, just a second.
Share screen.
Yeah. Is this visible?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
So, okay. So, good morning, everyone. I am Sneha Sharma, and I am glad to present my work on my research paper titled Wheels of Strife, Challenges Faced by the Local Transport Workers of Kolkata. Starting with the introduction. So, I have been born and brought up in Kolkata, and among all the major cities in India, Kolkata is the city which is the most prone to using public transport. And that is why the term local transport workers, because every person who's from Kolkata realizes that the local yellow taxis are, an inherent part of our culture. And we count that very similar to the public transport only. So that's why I use this term. Now, it has numerous transportation options, such as, again, these taxis, then auto rickshaws, trams, the metro, which has been developed in a more extensive network now with 4 working lines. And these forms of transport interact very well with each other, especially if you look at the bus routes and the autos, which provide very good connectivity to the metros as well. But ever since the introduction of private services such as Uber, Ola, Rapido, all these corporates, these local transport workers have suffered the most. And further, the traffic has become very congested because of overburdening of road infrastructure. So this was the main introduction. Now, my objectives with this paper were to collect insight into the professions of these various local transport workers and to identify their issues so that I can recommend appropriate solutions. Again, I chose this topic especially for participatory action research because working with them would allow me to know their daily issues much better. And further, I want to understand the urban transport scenario in Kolkata to provide solutions for the congestion and climate change that we are facing now. Now, the methodology consisted of 15 to 20 interviews of these stakeholders, and mostly they were normal interviews, except for the rickshaw pullers, where it was like a group sort of interview because they were quite reluctant to talk on their own. So I assured them anonymity if they want, and then 3 of them were willing to talk to me. And my main questions were again like income patterns and state of passenger frequency, comparing to pre-pandemic levels as well. Realities of the competition faced by them from private services as well as from each other. Role of unions and effects of fuel price fluctuations, the traffic congestion, climate change, all of that stuff. Now, coming to my findings, so basically dividing by the main transport worker stakeholders, the taxi drivers are the ones who are most prone to competition from private services due to lack of AC, especially in the heat season. They face a lot of problems because these apps are more convenient. Also, they offer rides faster. And fines for traffic violations have been increased in Kolkata. So now the lowest fine is 500 rupees, which is a thing I noticed across all stakeholders. It is very hard for them to afford that fine. And so the government came up with this app called Yatri Sathi, which is like a similar interface of Uber, Ola, but for these local taxis so that they have some, uh, like some say in that competition. But it is tough for them to use due to like lower technological know-how. And that is why they are reluctant to use it. Again, even the awareness is not that much because most of them think that they'll have to pay commissions and all, which is not true. They can use a subscription to that, which is very nominal. It is only 10 rupees per trip, 10 trips per day. And if they are able to do more than 10 trips, then it's no commission at all. So it's a very good app, which is what I've heard from the local commuters who use it. But again, there needs to be much more awareness about it. The rickshaw pullers, they themselves know that they are now facing obsolescence because the road is so congested. There is no space for them to actually operate like they used to, especially after the pandemic. And the climate conditions make it very hard for them, especially the government has not been granting license to rickshaw pullers from a long time. So most of them are in the older age bracket. And that's why it's very hard for them to operate in these conditions. Auto rickshaw drivers are the ones who face a lot of competition from these services like Rapido as well as the public buses. And of course, they're not allowed to operate in the southern region of the city. And after the pandemic, they have been restricted to work only 5 days a week also. So, and they're not allowed to operate during the puja season. So they lose a lot of income because of that. And CNG prices have increased rapidly in the past few years. So this is their main problem. Bus drivers, earlier they used to earn through commission, but then because of the over competition with each other and traffic violations, the government changed them to a salary system, which they say restricts their income. And for trams, they have been completely reduced. Like only about 3 to 4 trams are operating currently. and the government is not helping them at all. So the tram tracks were de-reserved years earlier, and because of that, other vehicles are on their tracks, so they are much slower compared to other forms of transport. That's why their operations have been completely shut down, and they've been protesting with the government for a while, but this has been to no avail. Additionally, I interview traffic police officers also. Interestingly, they say that after the pandemic, the traffic has become very smooth and you don't have to wait at a signal for a long time at all. But this was contrary to my own experience while interviewing an auto rickshaw driver, where I had to wait on the signal for at least 20 minutes. And this is how the auto rickshaw drivers was telling me that if they are stuck in a traffic for that long, it reduces the number of trips they can make. So this is a main problem they face. And local commuters have very mixed opinions. They want the metro to work more efficiently, of course, and they want auto rickshaw routes to be more extensive so that they can access the metro station. But majority of them agree that the whole local transport system of Kolkata is very male driven. So they would appreciate it if more women were included. Now, coming to my conclusion, uh, I realized that because of the extensive network already existing from so long in Kolkata, the solutions might be much simpler than we think. So, for decongestion, of course, the infrastructure needs to be improved, because per kilometer, the density of vehicles is 2,448, which is very high for a city which has such less road area. And so the government needs to restrict additional vehicles, especially private service vehicles, as we already have enough local transport options available. And for cleaner transport, of course, the metro needs to be improved, which is currently happening. The development is underway, but we have a very good, extensive network of trams, so they need to be revamped. We have about 36 tram tracks there, but like only 4, I think, are operational. So these trams need to be revamped, and the local yellow taxi fleet is about to be phased out. They are completing their period in 2025, I think. So there is talk of them being converted to electric vehicles. This would help us a lot. And for the local transport workers, again, the the fact is that these solutions go hand in hand. So if the government restricts private vehicles registration on the road, this would help the local transport workers also, because they would get their share back of commuters. And for the rickshaw pullers, the government needs to help them in in either retiring or switching to alternate forms of livelihood. And mainly the government needs to restrict these private services, because this would help the congestion also, climate change as well, and these local transport workers also. So thank you so much. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone in the IMPRI team, as well as, of course, Professor Vibhuti Patel ma'am for all their help. And I'm just an undergrad student, but I feel like this course was the perfect step for me to step into fieldwork and the world of research. So thank you. Can I stop sharing now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So Snehaji, I wanted to know whether are there any guidelines for this private transport with regards to person with disability, elderly people, and children, and do they respect these guidelines? That one thing. And second, why in your recommendation can you include pension by the state, because they are informal sector workers? So state
Yeah.
should provide pension to them, because maybe because they don't have, employers keep on changing, but at least the duty of the state to be other. Because now they are doing e-registration. All over the in India, the Labour Ministry has started e-registration. So can this be possible?
So ma'am, to my knowledge, for the private services, there have been, I did not find any guidelines per se, because as I said, Kolkata is a very lucrative market for them. And so a lot of these services have kept emerging, but without any regulation, as per my knowledge, as much as I could research on it. And For your second question, I was looking into that actually, because as I said, the age group of these rickshaw pullers is such that they can't switch to any casual labor now, and they have no other livelihood. So they really need help from the government, like you said, like pension scheme. Yeah.
So I think, can you give a recommendation even about the standard operating procedures or some of the rules and binding rules and regulations for the private rickshaw in context of safety of person with disabilities, children, elderly, and women and girls?
Yes, ma'am. And interestingly, again, when I was talking to the traffic police officers, they believe that the public transport is much safer for all sorts of people in Kolkata. Because again, they think that they don't adhere to pollution norms as much as the private services, but they're much more well regulated and under the police's eye, sort of.
Yeah. Thank you. Really very good study.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha ji. With that, we'll move on to our next presentation. Prateep ji, if you're ready. Okay, I'm sending you the panelist link. Prateep ji, please don't decline as a panelist because that will allow you to switch on your video and audio both. You have the audio permission right now.
Hi, good morning. I'm not able to get the video permission.
Yeah, that we're sending you the join as a panelist link, no? Just accept it.
Uh,
I'm sending you. You'll get a join as a panelist. Yeah, you're declining it again, no?
no, it's not even coming. I'm not declining it. It's not even. I've joined from phone. Probably, maybe that's the reason.
Okay, okay, okay. How would you like to present then, Pradeep ji?
Yesterday I spoke to when you were telling Shweta. I requested that if you could present my
Okay,
project.
sure. Yeah, sure, sure. Just give me a second. I'll see your presentation. Yes, Pradeep ji, I have your presentation. I'll be presenting it, okay?
I'm.
Yeah.
Can I see my slides, please?
Yes, yes. Just one second. Presenting.
I can.
Make it full screen.
Yeah. So now it's available. Good morning. I am
Yeah.
Prateep. I am from Chennai, and thanks to IMPRI for this such a wonderful opportunity to interact with people with whom a lot of people don't. So and they bring stories and documenting them. So that's such a unique experience. And thanks to IMPRI and particularly thanks to Vibhuti Patel ma'am. She was constantly guiding me whenever I was in some any queries and need any help.
Pradeep ji, we're not able to hear you.
Last 9 or 10 days. Now my work is on burn survivors. I wanted to understand how do they become a thriver. So that's what I want, and it's a case study approach that I've used in my research. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please.
You can see Pratik.
Yeah.
Your
Is the
voice.
burn statistics say there is no official published government document in India on burns, number of burn surveys, burn incidents. Even NCRB records, they don't talk particularly about burn incidents, but they do generally talk about crime against women. So my data is from various published literature.
Pratik ji, please keep your phone near you.
Burn incidents happen in low and middle income countries, and out of that, 80 to 90% of the burn incidents are happening in home, and women in the age group of 16 to 35 years are more affected, and it's one of the 6 leading causes of death in these countries. Burns, as we all know, it's important condition.
Pratikji, keep your mobile away. Please keep your mobile away. It is giving lot of disturbance.
Is it, ma'am? Just
Now, yeah, keep your mobile away because
It's
there's
better.
lot of background noise. Now it is better. Yeah.
is okay, ma'am. Sorry. So now, as I was saying, the 70% of the burns happen in low and middle income countries, and the majorly 16 to 35 years women in this age group are the women who get affected with burns. And burns is not an issue that could be treated or cured within a few days. It takes a lot of months and even years for the survivor to physically heal and then mentally heal and then even to move to a workspace. And with what the literature says is women, most of the cases it's deliberate self-harm by burns due to domestic violence, or it's an homicide by people who are closely associated with the victim. So this is what the literature has been saying. And as I said, there's no official government published literature till now on burn incidents separately in India. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, and this is my major, this is not the exhaustive list, but then most of the literature that I reviewed. But and then in addition to that, I had an opportunity to understand literature on qualitative research, in particular the case study method, etc. That I have not covered it because lack of space. The next slide, please. This is the theory that I framed based on the literature. See, burns is being treated in India. Like mostly the concentrated aspect is the physical recovery in the hospitals as well as post hospitalization. People are concentrating on the physical healing, managing the scars, getting getting necessary surgery. But there's very little aspects that are being taken care while the woman is admitted in the hospital. So with respect to psychosocial needs, because the survival itself is a question, so they more important, the more importance is given to the physical recovery, and the psychosocial aspects are completely neglected. Based on the literature, what I could understand is psychosocial needs are very important for a survivor to become a thriver. So the psychosocial aspects vary from various aspects that includes personal support and motivation, being self-aware of their own condition, struggles with struggles while facing humiliation, some religious support in terms of for spiritual healing, social participation, how the families and then the friends group support themselves, work, employment, etc. So this is the theory. Like, okay, for a woman to become just become being survived from a burn incident to be a thriver, she has to have a lot of psychosocial support, and the psychosocial support comes in various forms. So now I wanted to understand my research question. Next slide, please. My research question is understanding what, according to you, you as the burn survivor, helped you to recuperate post hospitalization. And the approach, I've documented cases of women burn survivors who post hospitalization has fought all odds and have taken initial steps to gain financial independence and violence free life. Next slide, please. How did I select my participants? PCVC, an organization in Chennai, which 24-year-old organization. And since 2006, PCVC is working with burn survivors, both in the hospital, providing them nutritional supplement and psychosocial support. And once they're recovered once they're discharged from the hospital, there is a rehabilitation center set up by PCVC in Chennai, and women come there, stay there. It's a residential facility, undergo both physical healing in terms of physiotherapy as well as lot of psychosocial therapy they undergo, and that post which they PCVC jobs or themselves go back to their own work or find in jobs that are needed for their needs. And I want to declare that I'm a part of this organization. However, I'm not part of the day-to-day interaction with the clients and neither interact with them. So there is nothing like I've interacted with them before. So the research or the data is some skewed. I work in a very different role. I work in a strategy part of the organization. So there's not much of, there's no interaction between me and the participants at all. And how did I select my participants? Through project. There is the project Burns project is called Video Project, and we have and we have contacted nearly 15 participants. We have contacted nearly 15 participants who underwent the RHC program in the last few years, preferably less than 5 years, and now are employed in elsewhere, either as an opportunity identified by PCVC or they have chosen their own opportunity. The team that with which they worked had called them initial calls to them and then made them understood their willingness to participate in such a study. And once they said okay, they are willing to participate, then this is shortlisted, and then we identified about 15 people, out of which I've completed 7 interviews now, and some people have dropped off in between. Like okay, I may not be able to do this, or I don't want to do this. So the next slide. My methodology, it's a completely open-ended. My research question is just asked to them. It's completely in Tamil, and there is not a minimal prompt from my end because I don't want. I want them to tell their experiences. I don't want to prompt them whether this has happened, this changed you, or whatever it is. And then before starting the interview, when I met the participant, their oral consent is taken. I explained them the purpose of the interview, and again I've asked them like whether they are willing to participate, and I told them in any situation, if they want to stop talking about their experiences, they are free to do so. There's no compulsion. And as in privacy, respecting their privacy, I didn't record any of the interviews, but I made detailed notes. And as the interviews were in Tamil, I made my notes both in Tamil and Tanglish. That is like using the Tamil font. And if they are saying something in Tamil, I wrote that in my English, not the translated version, but then the entire Tamil thing in English. If they become emotional or if they started crying in between, then I said like, okay, let's stop the interview. There's no part. I offered them water, and we said like, if you are willing to discuss it later, let's discuss, or I'm perfectly, whatever you said is fine. I'm perfectly okay with it. The next slide. So as I said, till now 7 interviews were completed, and 3 to 5 more interviews will be completed in the coming week. Next Monday to Wednesday, I've scheduled few more interviews, and though there appears to be some saturation, like okay, the content appears to be saturated from these 7 interviews. This one I have explained before. My interviews were first, the notes were made, and the notes were made in Tamil font or in Tanglish font. I would, if it's possible, I would like to open this tabulated participant interviews tabulated document. The document is already been shared with the team, so if it could be opened, it would be good.
Yeah, just give me a second, Prateek.
Yeah. Before she opens the document, since it's not a structured interview, I allowed the woman to speak. The content was flowing in many different directions. Like it doesn't start with what's your age, when did the incident happen, and all. But over the flow of the interview, lot of these things came up, And I tabulated like these 17 variables. I could, from the most of the interviews, I could bring in these 17 variables, and then I tabulated. In case if there is an uh, data blank in that particular variable, that means that particular participant didn't speak about this particular aspect of it. So my if like I from the interviews I could understand most of the people, at least 7 people whom I have interviewed, are all suicide attempts. And the particular reason for this is domestic violence or family related violence post marriage, and all of them are married women. And it was seen that there was no parental support even when they are children, or after even during the after post marriage, but not much parental support. And then from the interviews, I documented how many days they stayed in the hospital, and post hospitalization, what kind of how many days they stayed at their home, and when did they come to the RHC, and while at RHC, what is that they gained, or what is that now all of them are employed elsewhere, and how did they face like now, and no, but none of them have except for one participant, none of them are covered their faces, even the scars are very clearly visible, but they are confident enough to display this, like they're like least as we put it, they not much influence how other people will think. So what enabled them, or what motivated them to be like this, what motivated them to take up the work? And some of them have never worked before the incident. They were all housewives. They were all, one interview said, like, for everything I need to take permission from my husband, and now it's my decision. And after incident, all of them have, though they contact with their husbands, but they don't live as a family. They live either on their own, or they live, if they are not divorced, they live on independently. What it came interesting is like the personal motivation. PCVC supports them in many aspects. They give them physical, for a physical recovery, nutrition rich food for wound benefits, etc. But what every woman spoke about is, it's not about the materialistic benefits that they received from PCVC, but the constant motivation. Some of them addressed the PCVC staff as their sisters. Some of them told that even at my home, I may not be having this much of comfort. So it's a constant, regular interaction, small talks that the staff used to have. Why are you so scared? Let the people think whatever they want to. You come in bus, so there's no problem. If somebody asks you why why your face looks different, tell them, okay, you had an incident, but now you are recovering from them. In fact, one woman told them, now if somebody comes and tells her like, oh no, it's happened to you, I feel so pity for you, she says very confidently, no, I'm very happy that I've recovered now. So so the other person feels, okay, now instead of me speaking soft to you, it's like your motivation that you come back. So these are my interviews, but then my analysis is not complete yet, because my three more interviews are pending. I'll complete all the interviews, and then I'm thinking to develop as one single case study, as what makes a burn survivor a thriver, or what is the process of making a burn survivor through a thriver based on the experiences from PCVC. And it's not only about PCVC. They also spoke about any other supports mechanism that they received. Somebody said the brother and sister were very cooperative. Somebody said a friend, a person went back to the old garment factory where she worked. Now the factory said, okay, you can come back to us. We'll give you all the support. You need not work as hard as before. So various other support systems from the society, and what support system they got within the organization. Can we go back to the slide, please? The last slide. So this, as on date, I've completed 7 interviews, and I'll be completing at least 3 to 4 more interviews in the coming week. Then I'll be using the text analysis, or codifying the text, and then developing the analysis into a single case study. And the findings will be presented as a single case study. And as I said, so domestic violence combined with less availability of social factors such as education and parental support is the major cause of the incident. And most of them express if they are known an organization like this existed before or that supports domestic violence, they would not have thought about self-immolating themselves. Almost every participant it's an attempted suicide, and most of them had 40 to 45% burns. So that's an indication that if any burns more than 50%, they are not surviving. If it's between 40 to 45%, there is a high chances of them survival, and then with lot of support they can come back to the normal life. So this is the situation as of now. Thank you.
Based on your case studies, in-depth case studies, which are the emerging issues, and tying them up in your discussion and also coming up with the evidence-based recommendations. Please start thinking in that line also. You have 4 or 5 interviews to left, but what should be the role of state? What should be the role of community? What should be the role of criminal justice system, which conducts? Because I told you my experience of the way police behaves in the burns ward is horrible. We women's organization in Bombay, all of us had to make representation to Commissioner of Mumbai about the conduct of police, the way they were screaming at the burn survivor who asked for water, or even the bribe being taken by the police and hushing up the case and asking her to change the dying declaration. So I think important aspects in the burns cases where the role of legal system, criminal justice system, protection officer, if she comes under she contacts the authorities, or she goes to the casualty ward or the hospital, one-stop crisis center if it is there in your state, or the response of the first response of the casualty ward or the medical staff, nurses and doctors. All these issues have been debated in the women's group circle and among the PSM, preventing and social medicine circles. Those issues, I think you need to answer. So your narrative is powerful, but from the narrative, you have to come up with a robust analysis, and your analysis also will pave the way for recommendations. So that journey, yeah.
Definitely, ma'am. And not much of these my participants spoke about in the hospital discrimination, because I was asking them post-hospitalization remarks. But one participant said during her dying declaration, she was conscious still, but then the family used a thumb impression to make an thing like, okay, it is I committed it on my own. Though she's very clear that husband was very near to her. She poured kerosene on herself, and he didn't even attempt to stop her. Now I asked her like if she wants to divorce, but she said like she has a child, so the child is growing with him, so she's still contemplating whether she wants to go. But yes, I will bring in this discourse, and I'll try to bring it as an.
So see what they tell you will go into inverted comma under
correct.
with anonymization. But you have been party and you are writing associatively. So your observations, your reaction, your understanding also needs to come in the report. No?
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
Yeah. But it's a very good report, and you have been constantly in touch with us. So
thank you.
Your review of literature is also very appropriate. Now, how long you will take to submit the report?
Ma'am, these interviews I'll complete it in next week. I'll complete the rest of the interviews, and then maybe we are in the middle of August. But I think by end of the August I should be ready with my report, ma'am.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pradeep ji. Next we have Tapan Thapa ji. If you're ready, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me share. Yeah, is it visible for everybody?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so hi, I'm Tapan Thapa. I'm from Darjeeling, and my topic is understanding the reasons or the factors influencing the decline of agricultural practice among the farmers of Darjeeling. So as we all know, crop agriculture is the practice of cultivating and harvesting crops, and agriculture is also the backbone of human civilization. It is also the foundation of our food supply because without it, agriculture gives us food security and food availability and sustenance. Essentially, agriculture sustains life. By understanding the reasons behind agriculture decline, farmers, policymakers, and researchers can work together to develop effective solutions and ensure a sustainable future for the sector. I conducted 4 in-depth farmer interviews, and my findings on why there is a decline were as follows. So it's the economic factors, is the increase in production cost. So when interviewed, they did say there is a increase of price in seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, and also the bulls, to plow the fields, you require 2 bulls, and 1 bull costs 600 rupees. And so that comes up to 1200 rupees, and 1 labor, which costs another 600 rupees. So it is 1800 rupees to plow the entire day. So it is expensive for them, and volatile market prices. So in Darjeeling, there are colder places and warmer places and places somewhere in the middle. So when there are crops that can be harvested really fast in the warmer places or in the colder places. So either way, whoever makes it first to the market makes the highest profit, and somewhere in the middle, those people suffer because they come in right in the middle when both the colder and the warmer places are in the market already. So, and then market is far away. Some places there are no roads connectivity, and then you will have to carry it and take it to the road which is far away, and it is costly to do that also. And once you reach the market, you have to sell it for whatever the middlemen are trying to give it to you. And decline in profits, when they calculate the entire sale and the profits or the losses they made, it is very minimum, and sometimes they even have to face losses. Fast money, for instance, the farmers would rather do daily labor wages, and also tourism, where building of farm stays and homestays are much easier to do, is what they believe in. Or either they would rather just sell off the land whole. So, and then there are environmental challenges. So number 1 being soil health. Because the farmers have been using chemicals and synthetic fertilizers for a very prolonged amount of time now, so the soil has really degraded, and every year they say they have to increase the synthetic fertilizers yearly, and irregular and erratic rainfall patterns. They say when they require rain, it doesn't rain, and when they don't need rain, it rains, and the hailstorms, they can't understand the pattern anymore. And when the seeds just start to come out, the rainfall or the hailstorm totally destroy it. Frost being another factor. So there is prolonged frost in the colder areas until March end or so, and then it is really difficult for them, and they have to face losses. And newer pests and diseases, they said there are various new pests and diseases, and they really don't know what to do about it. And so they face losses that way also. So, and the social dynamics. So migration, people are migrating for better opportunities in cities to do labor work, or to just work in hotels, or to bigger towns to just work, to do daily labor jobs, than they would rather do agriculture. And then aging of farmers, as you can see in the picture, when I was interviewing them, they were saying they were the last ones doing agriculture. Now their sons and daughters hardly come into the farms and do agriculture. So yeah, that is also one of the factors. And education, yeah, in all the 4 interviews, education is something they really focused on. And they said it is also a good thing and a bad thing, because children now go to school, and for colleges, they have to move out to bigger towns or to cities. And even if they come back, they don't know how to do agriculture. They don't know how to do it, or they wouldn't want to do it. So change in attitude towards farming and also aspirations. So nowadays, farming is really considered to be a job with is I'm really sorry. Nowadays, farming is considered to be done by someone who is uneducated and or someone who is very poor. And then the farmers also said that family support is really important in agriculture. But when I asked them, do you want their children to do farming? And the farmers really said they don't want them because it is a very difficult job and it's labor intensive, and I don't want my children to do all of that suffering, but rather, do an office job, get a government service, or do business in town and cities. So, and also human wildlife conflict is one of the major factors people are reducing agriculture. There are a lot of crops that are raided by wild animals here in Darjeeling. And the major ones are these animations I put in: the wild boar, the deer, the black bear, and monkeys. And the forest division really doesn't seem to care. The farmers are really helpless. And this is one of the major reasons for the reduction in agriculture. It is so much so that one of the farmers even said, I wish someone would just kill the animals. And so what local context specific interventions could be adapted as sustainable way forward for the farming communities in Darjeeling was the question. And then I think the agriculture department should step up, should give trainings and knowledge on selection of crops and techniques and pest management. Also, they should give out information about the market and the market prices and the trends that is going on. They should talk about crop insurance, and they should give out storage facilities. They should link the market. They should do market linkages. They should also do value addition, and soil testing is not done yet. And then we really don't know the pH value of the soil or the elements that are missing in the soil. And regenerative agriculture should also be adopted in a more stepwise or small scale intensive way. So by just starting off small and improving soil health, increasing biodiversity and water management. Yes, that's all for me. Thank you.
Yes, very important aspect you have taken. I have been in Darjeeling and spent 10 days understanding the economy and the whole tea plantation. But I think you need to link up your findings with how the global tea industry is causing price volatility, which you have brought in that came up even in your interviews. Second thing, that what alternatives have been created, except even hawking and this thing, vending, which you are talking about, tourism. Okay, it is there. But also there are many other experiments also made there, no? Like self-help groups or the cooperatives, which children have created. Employers have run away after finding that it is no more profitable, or the international forces are really creating less bargaining power for this thing. But workers themselves have also come up with the alternative. I think you should make that also, because I don't think that people have seen only hawking and tourism as an alternative. Any economy dependent completely on tourism is always bound to be very, very in a dangerous path, no? Because tourism doesn't. It may suddenly stop due to political reason or due to climate change and all that. But I think there are many local alternatives that too you should bring in. Yes, along with agriculture, because they see the spices they are selling. They are also doing the processed food, no, or agriculture processing, all those things also you should bring up. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, it's very good. And there is a literature. I think your organization is also done so much on this. Yeah. So that also you should weave into your research.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, Tapan Thapaji. Shruti Vermaji, if you're ready, please go ahead. Shruti ji, can we check your audio?
Audible?
Yeah, now you're audible.
Is my screen audible?
Yes.
Yeah. My topic is about studying water security dynamics in Indore, which is a severely water-stressed region. As we know, the Sustainable Development Goals are to be fulfilled by 2030, and the such goal is about achieving universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. But now, if we now this comes with a sort of warning from UN that by 2030, almost 2.4 billion people in the world will be living in water stress. Same goes for India, as you can see, India falls in extremely high water stress. And for Indore, in a report by Water Resources Institute itself, it stated that Indore is under high water stress as well. By a report that was published by Central Groundwater Board, Indore's groundwater levels have gone down by 160 meters, and they are set, if we continue exploiting them at the same rate, they are set to go down by 200 more meters by 2020. As we know, there are two sources for water in India. There's groundwater and then there's the municipal sector. For groundwater, people have private borewells as well as public wells. But as for the municipal sector, it comes from the Narmada River, which is situated 70 kilometers away from the city. So when in 1970, the city ran out of fresh water sources. In its last days, it set up a plan to lift water 500 meters down and here to Indore. So this project was called the Narmada project, which in itself is a engineering miracle. And the same goes for the cost because it's really costly to supply water from there. This is termed as the external water footprint for an urban. There have been three phases of this project, and the fourth phase is set to be set to start from 2026 under the central government's Patel Mission for Rejuvenation and Transformation, which makes studying water security and urban environment just as important. And it is under extreme water stress, and there's a plan to improve upon that in the future. The research objectives are to identify determinants of water security, process water supply services in the city, and to recommend ideas to improve water security. Uh, Indoors, municipal boundaries provided 89 blocks, amongst which I chose block 74, which is has a high population density, majorly students. I conducted 17 interviews in the area. It was made sure that I took samples from every state to ensure representativeness. Other than that, I interviewed PhD officials, government consultants, human officers, and private workers who still wanted to do. Now, the study area that was chosen this would be kind of was developed as a residential area. But now there has been rapid population growth because there's the state university in that area. There are various other colleges, and there are state and central teaching institutions. And what's of significance here is that the infrastructure hasn't been changed to since like it was developed for residential areas. Now they assume that on single floor, an average family of 5 to 6 or maybe 8 people would reside. But now on the same plot, there are commercial units where almost 40 to 50 people reside. This is when I visited the area. So the analysis was done on the basis of two definitions of water security, water insecurity. The first one was by Gray and Sadov, which considered four components: availability, accessibility, quality, and risk and hazards. And the second one was by Jepson, under which there are again four components: quality, quantity, reliability, and affordability. Here I have discarded one determinant, which is the water risk and hazards, because Indore is on a plateau, so that's not really a concern. My analysis is based on these five components. The findings. So now quality, as for the surface water, that is the municipal supply, the water that's the treatment plants, isn't really good. But from there, it's supplied with us. It has like 70 kilometer of pipeline, and then it's supplied through overhead tanks in the city. So the water that people receive is of questionable quality, and in this particular area, people complain that the water has watery appearance and has a sewer-like smell. When I contacted the authority that okay, what could be the reasons that people are receiving such water, the first one was rotten household water. So when the Narmada project's first phase came about, that's when this infrastructure was laid. And that was about 40 years back. Since then, there hasn't been any significant changes in the pipelines or the household connection. The pipelines, that's the ACP pipes that are laid in that area, are supposed to have a 25-year life expectancy, but they have served the city for 40 years, which is why there's a fault there. And then there are overflowing sewages, that is, aside from the water supply infrastructure, the sewage infrastructure is also on good state. And since the area wasn't developed considering the small population density, the sewers are overflowing and they tend to seep into the water pipelines. And also, even in the areas where the pipelines have been changed recently, there exists a suspicion of the water quality. Like people perceive that the water that's supplied to the municipal corporation is not of good quality, which is why they tend to rely on the groundwater more or tend to install filtration. Now the quality of the groundwater is also affected by the sewage system because the aquifers are getting diluted as the water is seeping into the soil itself. And most of the citizens are not aware of that. Like when I talked to the respondents, they said that the groundwater quality is good amongst suppliers of water quality. But when I contacted the authorities about that, they told me that when they conducted survey, 85% of the samples were contaminated. Now moving to the quantity aspect of it. For the commercial units, water supply for 45 minutes to an hour every day is just insufficient. That's why they tend to rely on the groundwater. And other than that, for the residential units, it's satisfactory. But people who live in the backlanes complain about how they receive water for only 15 minutes every day, or that the water is always pressure, which is an inequity aspect because people who live in the front lanes connect direct motors to the main lane and draw more water than they should. So the people in the back lanes tend to receive less water. What the authorities can do about it is that they, it's illegal to use motors to draw water directly. They are trying to reduce that as a practice, but it's really difficult because that neighborhood is densely populated. Now the accessibility aspect. For groundwater, most people have private borewells. The zonal office is trying to curb this, excessive utilization of groundwater. And other than that, almost all households have a household connection, except for this one case I came across, where there's a compound, and that compound is at a juncture of two streets. And there's a household connection there. They have been relying on this well, as you can see, for generations. The problem that they face is that the well tends to have low water levels during summer, and they don't have enough water there. They are trying to get a connection from the municipal corporation, but they haven't been able to do so. So I reached out to the authorities for the same, that why does this particular compound have a connection? And that was because since it's at a juncture of two streets, and when they develop pipelines for this, they give tenders to them. So they gave tender to two different firms for two different streets at whose juncture this area is. So they tend to cover all the other areas except for this compound. But in the next month, they have passed a tender under which only this compound would be connected to the household. Anyway, and the reliability aspect, again, the water is supposed to be supplied for 45 minutes to an hour every day, but it is supplied on alternate days because of, there's no water. And then as for groundwater, most of the private borewells tend to have low water levels or no water at all from March to June. So during those months, they have to rely on private tankers who supply water. That's again groundwater that's supplied from sources that are near to local reservoirs. And moving on to the sustainability livelihoods framework, according to which there are 5 capitals that go into ensuring urban water security. The first four are about public services. The fifth one is community adaptation, which is when the public services are inefficient, people tend to come up with ways to cope with that. In Indore, for the quality aspect, there are three things that people tend to do. First is that they get filters, but filters are costly and then maintenance costs are high too. Second, they tend to buy filtered water campers from private vendors. And the third is they use LM at home to get rid of all the dirt. But there exists an inequity aspect to this water quality aspect that when you cannot rely on the municipal supply, it depends on how well off you are uh, and what adaptive measure you're going to use. As for the people who can afford it, they get filters. The people who can't afford to get filters tend to buy water samples from private vendors. And the people who cannot even afford that rely on government filters. And then the adaptive measures for quantity are private borewells, which again run dry during summer, so they rely on private taps. Now the affordability. So the Narmada project, as I said, is really costly, and the cost to it's said to be the costliest water supply system in the entire world. According to Energy, who analyzed this back in 2011, the cost of supplying water to the city, that is, it costs rupees 32 to supply 1 kiloliter, that is 1,000 liters. According to CPHEO guidelines, an average family of five will need 675 liters per day. So the costs come up to 650 rupees per day. But for a standard household water connection, people are only paying rupees 5. Due to this, what happens is people are unaware of how costly this infrastructure is, which is why they don't have as much willingness to pay for that. What ends up happening is that only 25% of the operation and maintenance costs are being recovered through the water taxes. And then there exists a popular perception that the water is supposed to be free. For this, I interacted with a private vendor who sells water for a living, and he mentioned that God gives water for free, so why should we have to pay for it? Which is brought about, yeah, exactly. This brought about a deep gulf between, the taxes and the maintenance costs. And the taxes haven't been increased in a decade. They do plan to increase those taxes with the next phase. But again, to bring them up to the cost of supplying water to the city is a long way to go. Now, from my interactions with the community, what I learned is when asked about the authorities are reaching out for them, they tend to be hopeless if this happens, and they are like, this is just how it is. And a lot of people end up not complaining. Now, the issue here is when asked to the authorities about it, they'll tell you that we can develop the infrastructure supplying water from river to the city. But to take care of the everyday supply and the infrastructure, since these are pipelines, we don't even think to have one. So unless people don't complain, we cannot keep on improving that. And the responsibility of there's IMC, there's PHB, but there's also zonal office, which is responsible for maintaining infrastructure of that area. When people don't complain, that's when it's like, say the water is contaminated because there's a fault in it. Now people just start relying on groundwater instead of complaining. What happens is that even they don't have any idea that they are supplying water with groundwater. And then there's also unawareness about the water scarcity situation in the area, which is why people don't economize on the water that's being supplied. When they have a lot of water, they waste a lot of water. Now, the main policy problems. The first one is that the Narmada Phase 4 is supposed to bring more water to the city on paper. But what's happening is in IMC's boundaries were extended in 2014. Now 29 more villages were included in the municipal corporation. Now this water that's the on paper water that's being increased, supply that's being increased to the city will go to the extended boundaries and not to the existing boundaries. The issue here is this project that's going to start in 2026 is supposed to serve the city till 2050. So there are no plans to increase any supply until 2050. And people are already struggling. Then the groundwater situation, and the point is there is provision to, rejuvenate the groundwater, but there's no provision to curb the groundwater exploitation. And as for the sewage system, they are revamping the current infrastructure, and the new pipelines would be built in, which would fix the quality situation. But unless they don't revamp the sewage system, the quality wouldn't improve substantially. And the community participation is an aspect the number two review. That is, it is supposed to be run as John Andalan. That's people's mission. But there are only going to be self-help groups for women about equality, and they are not trying to improve the community at large. And then there's commercialization program. That is that this area, so there are other examples of similar situations that have developed as residential complexes who are going commercial now. The authorities are just like, this was developed as a residential area. Now when it has become commercial, they haven't done anything to accommodate the recent developments. The recommendations are also along the same lines. That is, there needs to be more space for community participation. The sewage system also needs to be considered as a part of the water supply system. And that we need to supply more water to the commercial areas or the commercial units so that we can better their excessive reliance on power. And want to thank the review for the I can't hear.
Yeah, thank you, Shruti Verma ji. You have done a massive amount of work, also your field work, very excruciating. I just wanted to know whether you are going to include some success stories or the replicable examples from your field work in terms of rainwater harvesting or the impact of pumping by some people, because in our area that's the problem. Some people have a private pumps and they take away all the water, remaining people are left out, no? And some of the water conflicts that create that scarcity of water created in the community. These three dimensions are missing in your today's profile. Yeah.
Yes, I'm so I did include the dimensions in this presentation because the presentation only had limited time. But as for the rainwater harvesting system, government has made it compulsory to people to do that. As for the conflicts, and yes, there exists animosity towards people who run these commercial units. The permanent residents, the people who live with their families, tend to say that they've hosted. They are making so much money, but they are contributing so little to the system. They are drawing so much groundwater, which is causing problems for us. That aspect will be duly included. And as for the success story, I came across this one man who was like 55 years old, Mr. Sarvales. He had been doing these campaigns where he goes up to the human office, he goes up to the IMC, he complains about these issues. And they duly address his issues. They tend to be cooperative with him. And I'm going to include there's success story. There's space for community. There's space for community participation if the authorities and people are with. So yeah, those aspects will be duly included.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shruti Verma ji. Okay, Diksha ji's network is unstable. She'd like to present later on. In that case, we'll go ahead with Sulochna ji. Sulochna ji, if you're ready.
Yeah. You need to share the screen, right?
Sulochna ji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible?
We can see your screen. However, you're not audible to us.
Not audible.
Lochna ji, you are not audible.
Yeah.
just check your earphone or something. Are you able to hear us?
Audible?
Yes, now audible. Yeah.
Is it?
Please try to be louder, Sulochana.
Okay. I've kept another open. Don't open the other one if at all it gets open. So my topic is effect of GST on household expenses of low-income women of Bengaluru. So the objectives of the study are to trace the history of indirect taxation from olden days to the present times.
Make it,
As we
yours
know-
is in a working mode, make it slideshow mode because your font size is as it is very small. Yeah.
Full
Oh,
screen.
full screen.
Go below, yeah, below, right hand side, below. Jahan pe go,
Right side.
yeah, just left to that. No, just there is a present. Yeah, go right. Next,
one.
right. The next one, yes, the next one. Oh, no, just where you were now. Yes, yes,
Slideshow.
yeah.
Slideshow.
yes.
Is it?
Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
No.
So the objectives of the study is to trace the history of indirect taxation. As we know, indirect taxation has been always on the lower income group, even from the times of kings to the present times. Earlier, it used to be land revenue, but which has taken a different shape now in the form of indirect taxation, wherein all of them, when we buy a thing, even a beggar pays tax on the purchases or expenses he makes. So whether the study is to see whether the study focuses on household expenses and how GST affects the low-income working women is in the unorganized sector and in the urban areas, especially Bengaluru. And when we come to low-income groups, there may be many categories like domestic helpers, agarbatti makers, garment workers, BD workers, fish processors, karamcharis, and so on. In this study, especially my focus is on domestic workers. Again, they may be through some agency or on their own. Here it is on their own. But have chosen to be domestic helpers on their own. So, and also to see the Karnataka government has brought 5 new schemes during the election time. And one of the schemes is Griha Lakshmi, wherein rupees 200 is given to the woman head of the family. And to see whether this Griha Lakshmi is really helping them during these times when prices are rising and so on. So my research question is, what are the implications of GST on the financial stability of low-income group of urban women? And hypothesis could be GST is gender neutral and has no specific impact on low-income urban women. My alternative hypothesis would be, as GST is gender neutral, it has adverse implications on low-income urban women. The conceptual framework, methodology, and research tools. The conceptual framework is to study using gender lens and whether indirect taxation policy that we follow in India, GST, which has been in implementation from 2017 onwards, whether it abides by the specifications of CEDAW, SDGs, to which India is a signatory, and also to see whether the provisions laid out in our constitution, including the directive principles of state policy, whether whether it is as per that, and whether both gender equity and gender equality is ensured in the taxation policy, especially the indirect taxation policy is there, and whether GST was introduced with an aim to create win-win situation for all, that is for the government, to the business community, and to the consumers. Sadly, it has not come down to the level of consumers. So the methodology and some of the research tools used herein are, it's a blend of qualitative and quantitative. And when it comes to qualitative, I have used used a questionnaire involving some questions. And it is primarily qualitative participatory action-based research, because it aims to bring some changes in the policies in the existing GST system. And also to see, I've done some focus group discussion and personal interviews. And if at all I come across some good case studies, I can highlight.
such case studies also in my study. But secondary sources has been books, journals, dissertations on GST on Shodh Ganga, and also to see, reports, like as I got information during my sessions here to read Shama Shakti report from Vibhuti ma'am and others also, like ILO reports would help a lot. So I've gone through those reports, especially the recent one on women and unorganized sector, empowering women in informal economy, strengthening women's cooperatives, giving an example of SEVA, and also OECD materials on women and taxation. What I came across while during my studies, there are very few materials on women and taxation in India. You can say almost it's nil when it comes to GST. Only one study has been made under VAT by Lekha Chakrabarti and others under the VAT system in West Bengal, but no studies have been made on this aspect, how indirect taxation can be a burden on especially women of low income group. This has not been made in the present GST system. And primary sources has been, as I told, personal interviews, group discussions and case studies, and some random samples have actually collected more, and I need to organize and bring out the findings of the study. So I would and I have used Google form, and those collected in the hard copies will be again put in the Google form, and analysis will be made on the basis of the data processed there. And based on that, recommendations will be made whether government can find some other revenues or to modify the present approach of collecting indirect taxes, namely GST, and what provisions can be made to help low-income group to lessen their burden, whether some concessions or exemptions can be provided in the existing act, and how to otherwise to find some other ways of collecting taxes by targeting the categories of richer class or other business communities or some areas which are not touched upon by the government. Findings are, while speaking to people, especially women, most of them said they don't know what taxes is. Even if those people who said they know tax, they said it's only paid by the rich and nobody is unaware of GST. And some people, some women who said they know what GST is because of the big bash inauguration of GST 2017 by our Prime Minister Modi. Some people know what GST is. But again, when I asked them whether you pay GST, they said, no, we don't pay GST. It's only paid by the richer people who go to malls. We only make purchases in the small local shops and so on. So, and everyone feels, the burden of their meager income, the income is stagnant from 2017 to beginning of the GST to the present time. Nobody's income has risen or their salary has not been increased, but the burden, expenditure has risen like anything. And coming to Griha Lakshmi of directly crediting amount of 2,000 rupees to the woman head of the family, they said they got it for 2-3 months, but after the general elections, May, it has stopped coming. And there's a big complaint. People are complaining about not receiving Griha Lakshmi, and the government has said it's because of some technical glitches, and they would be putting that amount 2-3 months together in their account. And I asked them how Griha Lakshmi would help them. They said it will help them to buy rations. And some women who had daughters said they have never thought of buying jewelry for their daughters. At least this amount could be set aside to buy jewelry on installment, like that. And almost all said they need quality education. Almost all said that most of their expenses goes to education and to pay big fees there. And if government gives good education to their children, like considerable amount could be saved to divert it to nutritious food and other things. So, and another findings is that most of the husbands of this low income category, they have the habit of, they're addicted to alcohol, some to tobacco, and they give money only after spending on these items. Whereas women spend all their earnings on the family. And almost all have nil savings, but most of the cases, you can say 95 or 99%, they are in debt. And most of the debt is because of their children's education, for paying donations, and others for taking a house on lease. They take lease for some years by paying ₹3 lakhs and so on. So this is the finding. These are the domestic helpers which I interviewed. I mean, had a discussion, trying to find out what their problems are. And I also tried to see what other people like BBMP workers, what their problems are. I had a discussion with them. And I had an opportunity of going to the street to find the problems of street vendors. This lady is actually a domestic worker, but on Varalakshmi Day, she took leave to come here and earn more money, because if she completely depends on domestic help work, her money is not sufficient. And this is one discussion I had with a group of women, of which most of them were domestic workers in a house, and I could interact with them and find out their problems. These are all garment workers, wherein I tried to find out their problems. It's almost similar. They do working in morning from 8:30 to till 6. Again, they go to do other piecemeal work from 6 to 8. They had no time to stand and speak because there was again a small gap to go and work. So that shows how women work harder. They go home and do the domestic work like cooking and so on, and overwork here. And their husbands or male members do not help them in any of the domestic works they do. They get up 4 o'clock in the morning and sleep at 10 in the night. So these are the facts I have collected. And thank you so much. Thank you, IMPRI. Thank you, Vibhuti ma'am. Thank you, Arjun Kumar, and all the resource persons and helping lecturers over there for this opportunity. I got a lot of tips from the resources during my sessions. Thank you.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah. So in your review of literature, you shared that you are not getting adequate this thing, because feminist economists have done a lot of work on direct and indirect taxes.
Who, ma'am?
International Association of Feminist Economists.
Yeah,
So,
OECD.
did you get articles from there?
Yeah, I have read a lot of OECD articles and books also by many other authors like Karen Brown, Johnson Rebecca, and other. But Indian, I'm saying, like in Indian context, there are no many.
Indian. There are
otherwise
only
there are
feminist collected recommendations have been given, but they are not. First hand researches are not there on the indirect taxes and its impact on women. But what kind of recommendations are you giving?
Planning, ma'am,
in your study?
So there are so many. I have read some articles like Oxfam report, which says how rich should be taxed. It's an untouched area. So the rich should be richer women, and the richest of the people, they should be taxed. So government should concentrate more on direct taxes than indirect taxes. And when it comes to low income group, my suggestion would be to give something like convenience card or smart cards, wherein they can go anywhere using that card. They should be exempt from GST. That way it can help them. And if at all some revenue loss is there on account of giving some concessions or issuing these smart cards, like people with ration cards, they should be enabled with buying these things. And I've also given
in the PDS basket, do you want to be increased? The items should to be increased.
Yeah, in the PDS, they give only rice. That too only 3 kgs per person per month. That is not
earlier
sufficient.
We used to get cloth, oil.
Yeah, Janata sari and all. Janata sari
and,
used to be
during
given.
70s, 60s
Yeah,
and 70s.
I have. That would be another recommendation by me, to include more items like cooking oil, even gas should be given there, and detergents, washing detergents, on which most of the expenses fall on. So this would be another recommendation which I would be offering.
Yeah, very comprehensive work. Lot of labor has gone into it. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sulochana ji. Next, I think Diksha ji is ready to present. Diksha ji, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diksha, and I'm from Darjeeling. I work at DLR Prerna. So my research topic was understanding the reach of Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram, that's the RKSK scheme program, ensuring a comprehensive adolescent healthcare in Darjeeling. So giving some introduction and the background to the research, the RKSK scheme was introduced in the year 2014 by the Government of India, and targeting the age group of 10 to 19-year-old, focusing on improving the adolescent overall health through various strategies and intervention over 6 thematic areas, namely the nutrition, sexual and reproductive health, mental health, substance misuse, non-communicable disease, and also gender-based violence. So while the RKSK scheme has been implemented nationwide, there is an absence of enough studies specifically to the Darjeeling region. So hence understanding the program's penetration, its utilization, impact in this region was very much crucial to identify the challenging gaps and opportunities for major improvement. So for this, my research questions were to understand the current awareness level among the adolescents regarding the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram in Darjeeling, and also to understand the impact of this scheme on the adolescent health outcomes, and also the overall existing barrier or challenges for the effective implementation of the same. So my data collection was done through 2 methods, that was the quantitative and the qualitative. So in the quantitative method, I conducted a survey through Google Form that was mainly to access the knowledge and the service utilization done by the adolescents through the scheme. And in terms of the qualitative methods, I conducted some in-depth interviews consisting of semi-structured questionnaire with the key stakeholders, namely the adolescents, the health officials, which also consisted of the counselors and the school health team, and also the district coordinator of the RKSK scheme here in Darjeeling. I also conducted some observational studies by assessing the quality of RKSK scheme services by attending the counselor sessions, and also assisting the school health teams at various health camps. So my major finding through these were, of course, definitely there were low levels of awareness levels. So this is mostly a conclusion by the Google form, which I had given out, which consisted of almost 30 responses, where approximately 80% of the student survey reported that they were unaware of the RKSK scheme, and only 20% indicated that they have received some information regarding this scheme through school health programs or community. So here is the small data regarding the same, where it is where you can see that almost only 20% of the 30 responses were aware of the scheme, and among them it was only around 13.3% of adolescents who actually were beneficiaries to the services rendered by the scheme. So coming back to the other findings, so the source of information. The primary source of health information for students usually included, it was just mouth-to-mouth peers or some occasional school health classes. And coming to the perceived benefits of the scheme, it was among the students, most of them expressed that they did significantly benefit, majorly relating to the sexual health and reproductive sessions. That was mainly given out by the counselors. They also given sessions on menstrual hygiene, and also like early marriages, early pregnancy. Sessions on such topics were conducted, and also nutrition, as in the iron folics that they have been supplied with, and also some mental health challenges. So coming to the implementation challenges, the healthcare providers noted that there were some outreach efforts, and there was some lack of coordination between the stakeholders themselves in a way. So the roster is made within a month before, as in where the health team or the counselors are going to attend. So even though the chart was made beforehand, there was always some cancellations going on. And they also emphasized the geographical issue, that the clinics that they were, so each block has just one clinic, and it was very difficult for everyone to visit the clinic, mainly due to geographical issues, hence leading to some services gap And there were also some mentions as in the low staffing in the clinic, inadequate staffing in clinics, and also which also led to low follow-ups by the adolescents. So coming up to the low follow-up, there was also one more challenge that I witnessed, was that the clinics are only open till 2 p.m., which made it inaccessible for lots of school-going children to attend the counselors or take any assistance from the clinic. And usually the clinics are also open only 3 to 4 days a week, where most of the team, they also have to go for outreach programs. So there was a level, so it is not accurate that when I will attend the clinic and will I be able to meet someone. So that level of information is in a way not dispersed properly, creating a major gap in services. And also a communication issue majorly regarding the major barrier that we see in the inadequate dissemination of the information about the RKSK scheme as itself, where the respondents mainly indicated that they had no idea about the scheme until and unless some school team came to their school itself regarding some session, or through somebody they had heard it. Otherwise, it was they could see that there is a major gap in promotion. So some of the major recommendations after the findings were mainly, I think, emphasizing on the promotion part was majorly important, which could be effectively done through school programs, some community events, and ASHA health workers, which even the district coordinator, he also insisted that ASHAs are acting as a major medium of expressing the promotion or promoting their scheme, and also through local media can be done in order to give more boost to the scheme. Including the very scheme in the school curriculum can also create a level of awareness, is something that I personally felt. And training for the educate, even the school teachers or the health workers can also provide some accurate information regarding the scheme, could help in bridging the gap. And also some gender sensitive services. In a way, the counselors are, so there are 6 counselors in the whole Darjeeling district, rural and urban. So you could see that all 6 of them are female counselors. So a lot of boys did come up with an issue as to addressing the lady counselors can be a problem to them, considering the gender issue there. And also collaboration and fostering partnership through government NGOs and community-based organization can also enhance the program, is something that I personally felt. And as I mentioned earlier, that 2014 was the year that it was eventually started, the scheme, and Darjeeling was the beneficiary to it ever since its inception. So having an impact evaluation can also help in further evaluating the increased awareness of the scheme, and also to better improve its outcome, is something that I felt. And so I'm sharing some of my pictures here with the counselors and the health officials during the visit, and also some of the sessions which I personally attended in order to have more depth of the knowledge that is being imparted through the RKSK scheme. Thank you so much.
Sharing of a complete project, including very recommendations which also flow from your research. I had only one suggestion, that can you also include gender responsive, participatory, outcome-based, intersectional and outcome-based budgeting, because it's very important for such a mammoth task at a district level. You also need an adequate this thing. And can you also spell out the relationship of the service providers with the local panchayat, the Panchayati Raj institutions?
Yes.
So that
Yes,
also, if you can say, what should be the role of panchayats in for district level? Because every state also has a district education kind of DRDAs are there, district
yes, ma'am.
education. So their role and their networking with the panchayats. And second one is about the budget, that panchayat should be given adequate funds, functionaries, so that the program can be implemented more effectively. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Diksha ji. Next, Ritika ji, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah. I'll share.
Yeah.
Can I start
Yeah.
video later? I have low internet bandwidth.
Sure. I think it was Pratiksha ji's turn. I missed out on that. Pratiksha ji, if you're ready instead, then you can go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just remove this.
Yeah, you can stop share. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pratiksha ji? No, Pratiksha ji, we cannot hear you.
Pratiksha ji, try to rejoin again.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Yes, but you have to be a little louder.
Yeah, I think I had some issue with my microphone.
Now it's fine. It's fine
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just share my PPT. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it's in working mode. If you want, you can make it
Okay.
slideshow.
Okay. Yeah, so hi everyone. The topic for my research was parental discipline and exploring the impact of punishment on behavioral changes in children and examining the alternative approaches. So first of all, I would like to begin with maybe defining what parental discipline is. So parental discipline can be defined as a variety of methods that parents usually use or employ to teach their kids self-control, inculcate morals, and maybe encourage good behaviors. Usually when parents they they use parental discipline, the approaches can range from various methods such as positive reinforcement, where the child is given something that they like or want in order to encourage a behavior that the parents want. And on the other hand, there are more corrective methods as well. For example, negative reinforcement, where the where something that the child wants or likes is taken away from the child, and sometimes when the parents might use extreme methods also, such as punishing the child, be it verbally or physically, to correct the behavior of the child. But overall, the core of why a parent try to discipline a child lies on making the child responsible or maybe fostering behavior that the parents find good. So, punishment and parenting. So, basically, in the Indian context and even in the Nepali context of Darjeeling, uh, since I've been working with, I think, schools and children and parents for almost a year, punishment is something that I've seen through workshops and conversations with parents and teachers. Punishment is something that parents often used instead of positive reinforcement. So yeah, this was the crux of the reason why I wanted to do a research on this. And these were some of the spaces where I did the literature review from. So the objective of my research was to understand the perception of parental discipline in Darjeeling and what behavioral changes was for parents and what parents in Darjeeling, basically in Darjeeling town, did to bring about behavioral changes in children. And
maybe find alternative methods instead of punishing the child, be it physically or verbally. So my research questions were, what is discipline to parents? What were the attitudes that parents held towards punishment, and what were the alternative methods that parents they themselves can use instead of physically punishing the child? So the methodology that I used was, my study was basically a qualitative study, and the interviews that I formed was a semi-structured interview, and the medium through which the interviews were conducted were in Nepali and English, and thematic analysis was used to analyze the data. For majority of my participants this time were not comfortable with their audios being recorded, so I was actively taking notes during the interviews and after the interviews, and I was quoting the verbatims that were used in the interview through the parents. And can you guys see the table here? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I wanted to show my thematic table, but I don't think it's visible. Is it visible?
We can see the methodology slide.
Okay. I wanted to show my thematic table as well, but I'm not sure how to show
Is it
it.
in another tab?
Yeah.
Okay, then you'll have to stop share and then share again and then choose that tab.
Maybe I'll show it after the
Yeah, you can show it
presentation. Yeah.
at the end also. Yeah.
Okay. So usually whenever I do thematic analysis, I have an audio which is converted into a transcript, and I do coding, but this time I didn't have an audio because most of the participants were not comfortable with their audios being recorded. So what I did was I just quoted verbatims. So the process of coding and all, it was cut short. Yeah. Yeah, so the sample for my study comprised of 22 people in general, 4 teachers, 3 teachers were from Hall. They taught the Montessori kids, and 1 teacher was from Municipal Boys School. 15 parents were there. 5 parents were from Hall itself who worked in the creche program, and 10 parents were from my locality itself, in and around my locality, and 2 staff members from Child Protection Unit of Darjeeling were interviewed, and 1 from Sikkim. For my sample, I chose parents and teachers who worked with children who were younger than 10. The reason why I chose the age group to be 10 was because I think up till like 10 and 11, these are the formative years where parents they try their best to inculcate certain habits, or maybe discipline the child in the way that parents deem nice or good. So this was the reason why I chose the age group to be 10. And purposive sampling was used for the teachers, and purposive and snowball sampling was used for parents. So the results and findings. For parents, the broader themes that came across was, when it came to discipline, for the parents, discipline came across as something very extrinsic, something that was very visible, such as if the child is good in academics or has a certain routine or is focused in their career or their career goals and ambitions, even at a younger age, parents deemed that child to be disciplined in some way. And the other theme that came across was generational difference in parenting. So most of the parents did agree that there's a huge difference between the way their parents parented them and the way they're parenting their children right now. Most of the parents they agreed with the fact that their parents during their time when they were kids, their parents were not open to listening to them or maybe hearing their side of the story, and they were easily hit when they didn't do certain things or obey their parents. And The other theme was without fear, there is no behavioral changes. So despite the parents accepting that there's a difference in the way their parents parented them and the way they're parenting right now, they did believe that there should be a boundary between loving the child and disciplining the child also. And fear was one of the instruments that the parents used to bring behavioral changes or disciplining the child. Yeah, so most of the parents did agree that if you love the child might get spoiled. So there needs to be a boundary, and the child should fear the parent in some aspect, because if the child doesn't fear the parent, the child might not respect the parent when they grow up. And the other theme was physical punishment not working on today's children. So most of the parents, they said that there's not only difference in the way they parent their children, but there's a difference in today's children as well. So some of the parents, they said that whenever they have hit their child or punished their child, the child has actually asked them as to why was the child being punished. Yeah, and usually when the child is being hit, they don't readily stop the behavior that the parents are trying to diminish or control, but the child does the opposite. They tend to repeat the behavior again and again when they are hit. And uh, and the other theme was reinforcement. So most of the parents, even though they did accept that they do hit their children, but reinforcement was something they did practice, such as praising the child, positive reinforcement, such as giving the child that things that they like or want, and maybe handing the responsibility to the child. I think one amazing thing that I came across when I was interviewing the parents was that responsibility was used as a tool to maybe correct certain behaviors in children, or uh, maybe making the child obey them. So some of the parents, they were saying that when the children are handed with some responsibility, the children do obey the parent, or they correct their behavior themselves, because there's a sense of trust that the child feels that the parents has towards them. So so if the child feels responsible for their actions, the child might stop behaving in a certain way. And the last theme that came through the parents interview was hitting the child being the last resort. So most of the parents, they said that they don't like hitting their child, but sometimes the children do test the patience of the parents as well, and hitting the child is the last resort, because sometimes the child are unmanageable and the parents themselves can't handle the child. So hitting is the only option that is left to them. The themes that came through while after interviewing the teachers was that parental misconception on discipline. So the 4 teachers that I had interviewed, most of them, they said that when it comes to discipline, the parents confuse obeying or blindly obeying to instructions that the parents give as discipline, discipline, but obeying necessarily doesn't mean being disciplined, because sometimes children, they just obey out of fear of the parent also. Yeah, so one of the teachers said that for them, discipline is basically the child's ability to behave according to the situation's demand. And the other theme was lack of education on alternatives. So, so most of the teachers, they said that the reason why parents resort to hitting the child or punishing the child verbally or physically was because parents, they are not educated enough on the alternatives that could be used for behavioral changes. And the other theme was hitting or scolding the child is their last resort. So this theme and the themes that was present in the parents interview was kind of similar, because both of them, they said that hitting the child is the last resort, and even teachers agreed that some of the parents, they don't want to hit the children necessarily, but hitting the child is the last resort that is left to them, because even the parents, they sometimes run out of patience. And the fourth theme was physical and psychological forms of punishment. So the teachers said that most of the times parents uh, they try to correct themselves when it comes to physical punishment. Like some parents, they are aware that the child shouldn't be hit, but most of the times parents are not aware of the psychological forms of punishment they might unknowingly be practicing upon their children, such as shaming and comparing the child in front of peers. Yeah, so some of the teachers agreed that the parents who do not resort to hitting their children, they tend to shame their children in front of their peers. For example, if they get lower scores in a test, they might compare the scores to their classmate and maybe try to embarrass their child to maybe get good marks in the future. So, so yeah, and the other theme was parents being frustrated. So one of the teachers in Hayden Hall said that the parents, they themselves are frustrated and they do not know how to handle their emotions, so they tend to take it out on their children. And for the alternative approaches, the teachers said that having patience and reinforcing the child is important and feasible for the longer term when it comes to behavioral changes in the children. And after interviewing the staff of the Child Protection Unit, the themes that came across were only two. So, according to the staff of Child Protection Unit, discipline was something that mostly depended on the parents because the child is still young and uh, having a healthy communication pathway with the children and willing to listen to the children will make the children disciplined in the longer run. And alternative methods that the staff of the Child Protection Unit suggested were observational learning. Parents, they need to practice what they preach. So if the parent is telling the child to do something, they maybe should start doing the thing themselves. For example, if the child is on their phone all the time, maybe the parent would lessen their screen time as well. So maybe in that way, the child could be behavioral changes could be brought upon the child, but at the same time, the parent by default will be disciplining the child as well. But one thing that I noticed after interviewing the Child Protection Unit of Darjeeling and Sikkim was that in Darjeeling, physical abuse by the parents were not as reported. For example, if the parent is hitting the child, those cases were not reported. In Darjeeling, cases of abuse or molestation or harassment were the cases that were reported pertaining to the child. But when it came to Sikkim, the children over there were more proactive when it came to reporting their own parents. So this was the one thing that I noticed, and yeah, this is my conclusion. Yeah, so maybe yeah, so this is my conclusion, and the recommendation for the future would be maybe include pre-adolescent or adolescent children as well, and my sample due to time restriction that I had. Oh, it only included Darjeeling town, but maybe other areas of Darjeeling could be included as well. And non-married youth could be interviewed as well to get an understanding of disciplining and all. And parenting of migrant workers of Nepal would be further explored as well. Because when I was interviewing the three teachers from Hayden Hall, they said that the majority of the children that they taught in Hayden Hall, especially below 5, their parents were migrant workers from Nepal. So so I think it could be further explored as well. And maybe for the parents, in order to get a better understanding of the alternative approaches, maybe workshops could be conducted in schools because that is easily accessible to the parents. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Pratiksha ji, your work is very comprehensive, and even your field work and case studies have been all the stakeholders you have covered. My only question is that are you going to recommend the kind of any legal provision for parental, the way we have law regarding or the directive regarding prohibition of corporal punishment, by the teachers around? Can we have, because so many Scandinavian countries have similar, even Europe has this thing that parental violence is part of a domestic violence and state takes action against it, the Child Welfare Committee. So are you going to suggest any of such legal provision, even in case of parental violence against children?
Yes, I think that would be,
Yeah. Okay.
I think for me personally, a corporal punishment is something I'm against.
That
But,
is corporal punishment. About that, we have law. We have a education department has sent the directive that corporal punishment should not be allowed. So for the schools and colleges and all educational institutions, that is there. Even for in the standard operative procedures of the shelter homes also, we have that they can't use violence, though rampant violence exists. But at least there is a provision that you can't do it. But when it comes to your biological family, because now it has become very important concern, even from the point of view of LGBTQIA plus community, even queer communities have raised this issue of violence in the domestic, violence by the biological family against them. No, yeah.
Yeah, so I think research on this.
Yeah, you can also go through the legal provisions in Scandinavian, say Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland. All of them have this. In fact, there is one film also, no? But Rani Mukherjee's film. Yeah, Norway. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mukherjee.
So what should be the jurisdiction of Child Protection Authority? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was the question that I asked one of the staff members of the Child Protection Unit also, because from what I felt was, I think the area was very gray, because like culturally, I think children being hit in order to be disciplined is something it's very readily acceptable, because when parents hit their children, it's understood to be for the child's good only.
No, but that every husband says that disciplining one's wife is good for her. No, so but we don't. We have a law prohibiting domestic violence, spousal violence. No, even just when you recommend, maybe 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, we may get reforms. No. Yeah, we researchers have to think ahead of our time. No. Yeah. Thank you, but congratulations, very good work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pratiksha ji. Next, Ritika ji, you're ready, so you can go ahead.
Yeah. Ritika ji, okay.
Pratiksha ji, you can stop sharing the screen. Yeah.
Is my screen still visible?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, Ritika ji.
Okay. So the title of my project is The Impact of Resettlement on who declined this video. I'm not able to share my video.
Ritika ji, could you come closer to the mic and
Yes, okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, so the title of my project is Impact of Resettlement on Welfare, Investigating Pension Discontinuities in Chennai's Peripheral Housing Projects. Sorry, right, okay. So a lot of there is a gap in understanding how resettlement affects the delivery of social assistance. So I'm looking at 3 pension schemes for the elderly, the widowed, and the disabled. So what happens is, soon after resettlement, pensioners experience the benefits stopping, and this requires them to reapply for it. This means that they have to navigate various administrative procedures they have to procure and provide various documentary proofs, and they have to put themselves up for discourse on experiences of pensioners and provide policy recommendations to fill the gaps in Chennai's resettlement and rehabilitation framework. Okay, so to provide looking at, it's part of Chengalpet Panchayat, and it's 30 kilometers away from Chennai city, and is one of the largest.
Ritika ji, yeah,
The NS.
Ritika ji, your
Yes.
voice is your voice is breaking a lot.
Okay.
Can I present your
Okay.
presentation?
Yes,
And
yes.
yes, I think that will help with the audio.
Okay. One second. Yeah. From where was I not audible?
From the first slide itself.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, yeah. So to give a brief overview of my project, I'm focusing on resettlement sites and what happens to people's pension when they are moved to these spaces. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Okay. So so studies on resettlement have typically focused on the lack of physical and social infrastructure, but not so much on what happens to the delivery of social assistance upon resettlement. So I'm looking at 3 pension schemes for the elderly, the widowed, and the disabled. So soon after resettlement, what happens is pensioners experience their benefits being stopped. And this requires them to reapply for it, which means navigating various administrative procedures, procuring and providing various documentary proofs, and putting themselves under the radar of the state for their lives to be re-inspected. So I try to situate this study within the discourse on accessing welfare and related documentary practices in marginal spaces. I try to understand and document the experiences of pensioners, understand the administrative procedures behind their pensions being cut, and provide evidence-based policy recommendations to fill the gaps in Chennai's R&R framework. You can move to the next. So to provide some context, Perimbakam is a resettlement site I'm looking at. It's part of Chengalpet Panchayat, and it's 30 kilometers away from Chennai city. So there are 29,500 tenements approximately. So it's quite a large resettlement site, and it's one of the largest actually. So the National Social Assistance Program is a scheme that I am looking at. It has the Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension Scheme, the Widow Pension Scheme, and the Disability Pension Scheme. So it's a non-contributory, centrally sponsored scheme under the Ministry of Rural Development, and it just aims to provide a very basic monetary assistance to these 3 groups. And funds are released based on the number of beneficiaries estimated in the previous years. So the process by which you apply is that you can apply through e-Seva, and it goes to the village administrative officer first, and then to the RI, and then to the Tahsildar. So each of them can approve or reject the application, and the Tahsildar has a final say. So, and possible modes of payment are banks, postal accounts, money orders, and cash. All schemes get around 200 to 300, and there are various age categories. So for old age, it's 60, which is a starting, and you get 200. For destitute widows and disabled pension scheme, you get 300, and I've put the ages and the documents required in the table. And across all schemes, the amount you get after the age of 80 is 500. So all the documents are the same for the schemes. You need your Aadhaar, your ration card, your widow certificate, and the legal heir certificate. And for the disability pension scheme, you require a UDID card, so a unique disability ID. If my audio goes at any point, please let me know. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So my literature, in brief, my review broadly revolves around 3 bodies of work: those that evaluate the schemes, and more conceptual papers on documentary practices, welfare, and the role of Aadhaar in welfare. Some speak of NSAP in particular. And the third is those that look at BPL as an eligibility criteria. So authors argue that welfare is not something that is readily available, but is dependent on the ability of the ID holder to make claims using it. So in this sense, there's a relationship between making and using ID, and the extent to which ID can be used influences your experience of citizenship. So the process of claiming welfare then involves a slippage between one's personal felt identity and ID as a document. So there's a constant moving back and forth between the two to verify if you are who you claim to be. So Rao argues that despite these new technologically backed and mechanized routines of Aadhaar, ID practices are still very much tied to paper, and subjective human practices of seeing continue. And in the same way, that is to verify one's ID. And in the same vein, narrative as a form of proof where you would narrate your identity also continue apart from official forms of proof. So ID documents assume a stability of movement. So when pensions are stored, one of the reasons is that there's a mismatch in the addresses in their documents. So for Aadhaar-based biometric authentication to work, the associated technologies must also work, which is network connectivity, electricity, correct seeding of the point of sale machine, the fingerprints, the fingerprint recognition needs to work. And with regards to evaluation of the scheme, my literature broadly speaks of various bottlenecks, how government offices are male dominated. This was literature that spoke about the widow pension scheme. There's a difficulty in getting death certificates for suicide widows because the police are not registering it as a suicide. Difficulty in changing the name on the ration card. The scheme doesn't acknowledge intra-household poverty. So while you can be above poverty line, you as an individual may be below poverty line. Elite capture of the scheme, the age of initiation being too high. So 60 is too high for old age pension, considering the age of mortality, and various delays in pension being disbursed affects consumption capacity, and money is a very urgent need. And the same benefits are being given across all age groups. So the policy says that above 60, you get a certain amount, above 80, you get a different amount, but that's not what happens. And BPL is used as a criteria for the scheme, but there are various problems with BPL as a measurement itself. and it's meant to measure poverty and not really be used to identify beneficiaries for the scheme. And also lists are not up to date. Yeah, we can move to the next slide. So my methodology, I interviewed various stakeholders, and they broadly fall into three categories: government officials, community members, and NGO representatives. So I've listed out all of the stakeholders that I've interviewed and the number of stakeholders as well, and what I am yet to complete. From the community, I've interviewed old age pensioners, disability pensioners, and widow pensioners. I've spoken to the village administrative officer, the RI, the executive engineer, who, although is not related to the pension scheme, since he is the only officer in this area, he is sort of approached for all issues. And I've spoken to the district president of an NGO for persons with disabilities, and I've approached the community through an organization called the Information Resource Center for Deprived and Urban Communities. So I've had various informal conversations with them. Yes. Yeah, and I've also, been participating in field surveys that they conduct, accompanying them when they go for rounds, checking on pensioners. They have had a bank account opening camp, so I participated in that. And yeah, I've observed document verification that the VEO does on the computer. So that is also part of my methodology. So these are generally a few of my responses. I won't read them out too much. I just wanted to show the kind of issues that pensioners face. So after being transferred to Perumbakkam, after they've been relocated to Perumbakkam, even when they do the right thing with their pension, which is to transfer it, rather than just maintaining their old address and collecting it, their pensions get cut for a year. So 2 of the responses report that. For disabled people, one issue is that previously the disability was given as 70%, one such example, but now it's been reduced to 60. So this impacts their accessing welfare, which is based on a certain percentage. So if you are above 80%, you get a certain amount. So that is one issue. Traveling is an issue. So to transfer your pension, you have to travel back to your old residence, and this can be very far away. So one person with a disability reported that they had to travel 60 kilometers. And one other issue is that previously the rules were a little more relaxed. But now they're not allowing people who have a son above 18 who can support them. So while they would have been getting pensions before, after being resettled, if it gets cut, and if they have a son, they'll no longer be eligible to get pensions. One issue is that despite transferring their pensions and their pensions being dispersed regularly, one person experienced their pensions again getting cut. And they have asked her to again transfer the pension. Yes. And one is there's a fear. So a fear of the pension being cut. So if you change your address in any document, there is a fear that it will be detected, like this inconsistency in addresses will be detected and the pension will stop. And yeah, I think we can move to the next. So I haven't done an analysis of coding yet, but these are just insights that I'm gathering. So a recurring explanation to why pensions are being cut is that the addresses in all documents have not been changed. So for example, while ration card addresses have been changed by the resettlement authority, the Aadhaar has not. So this mismatch in proof seems to be one of the causes. So there are 3 categories of people. those who who have not changed their addresses and still receive their pension in their old residence. For them, it's only a matter of time before they are found out to not be residing there and their pensions being cut. So such individuals, usually they work in their old residence. So they travel back to the city every day. So they get informed when the bank agent comes to their locality, and they'll collect their pension then. But often they would have boarded the bus back to Perimbakam when they get the call. So this is a struggle that they have to constantly go through. Some people in Perimbakam, which is a resettlement site, they have tie-ups with postal workers who come and deliver the pension in their new residence. So persons with disabilities, however, they're the only category who have ATM cards. So for them, the burden of address is not there. They're able to withdraw their pension from anywhere. And they are also the group that is most informed about this option of transferring their pension. So a lot of them have done that, but to varying degrees of success. So the second and third category of people are those who have changed all their addresses or changed only their ration card address, but not their Aadhaar. So this, like I said, causes them to be seen by this state. So I'm trying to investigate the role of Aadhaar in ratting out such individuals to the state. So for some people, pensions even stop before resettlement since the Tahsildar knows of their eviction. So since funds are estimated based on the taluk and village you reside in, and there is a high demand, there is a need to reassign these pensions to residents within that jurisdiction. So the Tahsildar of the new site, which is Perimbakam, will have to take up this new population. But how well the funds are adjusted to accommodate the new population is another question. So I am certain that pensions are getting cut after field inquiry, which is when officers will go and verify in their old residence whether they're staying there or not. But the question I'm trying to explore more is the process by which government officials cross-verify documents and detect inconsistencies, and the role of Aadhaar in this. So what should actually happen is that, I think it's in the previous slide. What should actually happen is that pensions shouldn't be cut, but they should be transferred. So this ensures that the Tahsildar in the new location also knows the demand of that area. But this option isn't made available to people. They don't know it's possible. So the Tahsildar of the first site, site A, should intimate the Tahsildar of site B of this shift. So this communication has to take place, and the onus should be on the resettling authority. And also, even the second Tahsildar of the new site, it is not compulsory that he has to approve of the application. It's again opened up for re-scrutiny. But the process is still easier than it getting cut and having to reapply for it altogether. So since another problem is that these pensioners resided in Chennai district previously, and which was a municipality, and now that they are shifted to Perimbakam, which is part of the Panchayat, the system is slightly different, and the administrative setup is also a little less clear to residents. In Chennai, where they stayed, the VAO, RI, and the Tahsildar would sit in the same building, whereas now it's dispersed. Can move to the next slide. So there is still a need to see, despite, sorry, 1 second. There's a need during the verification process, despite documentary proofs such as Aadhaar that allow them to learn about the individual, there's still a need to physically go and verify on a case-by-case basis. This is because it reveals much more than documents can reveal, such as visual markers of poverty which is essential because the BPL lists are unreliable. And also things such as if the widow has taken on a new partner, this cannot be revealed by any form of proof. So this physical inquiry is heavily relied upon, and it's repeated physical inquiry by the VORI, and if needed by the Tahsildar also, who can even call people to come to his office. So pensioners, they face multiple challenges across the time span of their pensions being cut. One is the obvious loss of income. Offices are dispersed, whereas before they were consolidated in one place. So this requires a lot of travel, which is beyond unaffordable for them. The reception towards pensioners in these spaces is also neglectful. Some have reported having to go twice a week for a very long time. And these visits often go to waste. So the process of reapplying also means standing to be reevaluated, and this always poses the risk of being denied, especially when the rules have changed. So when pensioners don't have the new form of proof, so now widows need a legal heir certificate and a widow certificate. They have to create these new forms of proof, and this in turn requires other forms of proof, such as their children's Aadhaar card. Additional documents also impede access to getting pensions. So there's the Aadhaar card, there's the UDID card for persons with disabilities. So what this means is that for each form of proof, the addresses have to be changed. Okay, one of the big challenges in Perumbakam is that it didn't have an e-Seva center until recently, which meant that they had to travel to the nearest e-Seva center. But over there, the load was too much. So they already had to cater to their population. So they would be neglected over there. And so in Perumbakam, one problem is that the servers don't work. One of the e-Seva operators said that approximately thrice a month, which is almost every week, there's a server down issue. And until it's rectified, the pension applicants have to keep visiting these centers. So it's just a matter of trial and error. Yeah, and also in Perumbakam, the staff isn't stable in these e-Seva centers. So operators from the other centers, they sort of come in a rotational basis. So this means that you can't follow up your application. You have to explain everything all over again, and so all the more cumbersome. Yeah, and apart from documents being changed, you also have to change your bank branch, which is its own process. So this involves in general a lot of time, money, travel, and effort. The scheme guidelines, however, say that the onus shouldn't be on the applicants. So like I described the chain of command, the VAO, RI, and the Tahsildar, it's a lengthy process, which makes it extremely watertight, but it also increases room for negotiation. So if your application was rejected by the VAO, pensioners can go to the RI's office and plead their case. Improper assessment of disability is another issue. Over here, everybody's just assigned 60%. They're not actually physically examined. So, yeah. And one bias of the scheme is that the scheme imagines a family to be the first supporting unit, especially the son. So it has a patriarchal logic as its base, but in reality, this is far from true in Perumbakam because children often leave their elderly parents and return to the city. So they're essentially completely destitute. But still their ration card will say the son, will have the son's name, and they won't be able to get their pensions. An administrative challenge reported by officials is that people don't know their neighbors in Perumbakam. So it relies, verification relies on a culture where you know your neighbors, but this is also not really happening. Yeah, I just put up a picture of the application. One was rejected because the widow certificate wasn't enclosed. And yeah, we can move on to the next slide. So these are some policy recommendations that I have so far. One is that there should be a geo for government to sit in the same place where the population exceeds a certain number. But what this number is, I'm not sure. This was mentioned by the executive engineer of that area because he finds that everybody is coming to him for all kinds of problems, including marital disputes. And also a community leader mentioned this. While it's not possible to establish these offices there because they have to sit in Tambaram, what can be done is for camps to be organized, whereas camps to be organized where all of these officers are present and there is on-site approval. So the resettlement and rehabilitation framework makes mention of enumerating, in quotes, elders and women receiving social security pensions. But what this data will be used for is not mentioned. So is it enumerating them so that pensions can be stopped or and reassigned to a new population, or is it to transfer pensions? So I've attached an excerpt from the policy. It mentions that under additional measures, it mentions that transfer of school social security pensions, Aadhaar, etc., through reception camps at resettlement sites will be conducted, but it doesn't flesh this process out and who the authority is responsible for this are. And it imagines the rehabilitation process to be an after process, but it should be started during or before the eviction itself. And the time of these camps should coincide with the actual move so that people aren't missing their pension and it's seamless. So although physical addresses have to be the basis of allocating funds, it shouldn't be a limitation to accessing pensions. So cutting pension shouldn't be something that occurs. Transfer or holding pensions could be an option so that people could provide the necessary document or update their documents and resume getting their pensions. So transfers currently are treated as an exceptional case. It's not part of the policy or how things happen. It's through writing letters. So you have to go to the Tahsildar on your own, write a letter to the Tahsildar, and he is supposed to forward it to the Tahsildar in the new site, or you have to take it yourself and go. But this is not a fully thought out process. It's just something happens on an exceptional basis, but it should be made part of the regular process. Yeah, and generally movement should be accommodated in the scheme. That's it. Thank you. You're on mute.
Ritika ji, your presentation is quite comprehensive. But what I wanted to know was that because resettlement colony is in Tamil Nadu, are there any Sri Lankan refugees, and are refugees and those who are citizens of India, is there a differential treatment in terms of the services provided by the state?
I haven't come across any Sri Lankan refugees, and I haven't asked in particular also. So I wouldn't know about the differential treatment.
But you did not come across refugees from Bangladesh or Myanmar or Sri Lanka in the resettlement colony?
I'll have to check on that. I think if I just have to guess, I'm not too sure I met anybody. Yeah, I'm not too sure I met anybody, and it was an apparent.
You can include macro data, not case study, because their life is so insecure for them. They may not be ready to give you interview. So many of them have to change their attire. They start wearing Indian dresses and they put tika. If she's a Rehnuma, she would become a Rosie or Rama. So that we have seen even in Mumbai. There are so many domestic workers from other countries, neighboring countries, they have to change that. But at least some of the studies which are done of resettlement colonies by the human rights organizations or the women's organizations or the community-based organizations, even there, have you come at, if you can mention that Tamil Nadu has given refuge to so many homeless or what you call, those were the boat people, those who had to leave, like Tamil, from Sri Lanka, or people from Myanmar, because they are through sea route, all those who came, they have also been given either officially or informally given shelter, and are they in the resettlement colony? The studies,
Okay,
if you
I'll
can
look
quote
into
in
that.
your review of literature, that would make it more realistic. Because Delhi, we know there are earmarked resettlement colonies for the refugees from Myanmar, or there are this thing called from Bangladesh, and the political refugees of Afghanistan, which India has given refuge to. So in Delhi, we know that such resettlement colonies are there. But in Chennai, what is the situation?
I'm wondering if, since they have been evicted from another site and resettled, would refugees be discriminated even at that process and not be provided housing? I'm not sure.
In Delhi?
No.
Elsewhere, yeah, wherever the government is giving official refuge, they are given housing also.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into
those who have legally entered India and they are cleared by Home Ministry, whether they are from Afghanistan or Myanmar or Bangladesh or this, they have been given. That is why they are called resettlement colony. We had first resettlement colonies after the partition of India. Those who came from East Pakistan and West Pakistan, they were in the resettlement colony. In course of time, they also prospered in the Khan Market area. That was basically, it started as a resettlement colony, and now it is one of the poshest areas of Delhi city.
I'm sorry, I think I forgot to mention where they were resettled from. So I looked at resettlement from within Chennai city itself.
Okay, so origin and destination, both that route you will be giving in your paper. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because reasons for resettlement vary, no? If there are mega development projects, or if the road is cutting, or if you have railways, or if you have the habitat becomes very insecure because of rising sea level, or the structures have become dilapidated, or during rains or floods, if they get damaged, then also you are resettled. That's what happening in city of Mumbai. It is happening every monsoon. People, 300 households, 400 households get resettled because the heavy rains, that damages the whole area, or because of landslide also at times it happens. So,
thank you.
Very good step. Very good.
Thank you so much, Ritika ji. Next, we have Shanmata ji.
Yeah.
I think I have your presentation. Do you want me to present it?
I can share, I think. 1 second.
Okay. Okay.
Are all of you able to see my screen?
Yes. You can go
Yeah.
slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Can I begin?
Yeah.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to all of you. It is an honor to present my study in front of so many scholars. So my study is on health equity among men prisoners, driven by structural determinants and social norms in the Pural Central Prison in the Chennai district of Tamil Nadu. I'm not able to go to the next slide. Will you be able to present, Vaishali ji, or whoever?
Just tap on just click on the screen once, and then you can use your keyboard. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So the presentation today will entail an introduction, which will have the terminological overview, and then I'll move on to my literature review and the research methodology and the limitations of my study, and finally my findings. So the reason I termed the study, I used the word equity instead of equality is because people undergo different circumstances, and everybody getting equal opportunities is not really possible, or everybody getting equal resources is not possible. So depending upon the circumstances which people go through, deserving resources should be allocated, and that's the reason I used the word equity in place of equality. And as all of us know, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and it need not necessarily be with respect to the presence of a disease or an infirmity. So the word crime has not been defined in the Indian Penal Code. So the word crime is just a violation of the criminal code, and it is an act prohibited by law as injurious to the public. So my literature review has the determinants of health, and this was taken from one of the UN publications. So you have social and economic environment, physical environment, and person's individual characteristics and behaviors. So the study examined all these factors in the prison when I interviewed the prisoners and when I looked around the environment. So my literature review also has the updated NCRB case records in Tamil Nadu as suggested by Vibhuti, Mr. Vibhuti Patel. So this is a table. I could not get 2023 and 2024. These are the latest records which are updated in the site. And according to the Tamil Nadu Prison Department, so this is the updated record of the prison population, and the number of central prisons in Tamil Nadu are 9, and one of it is Pural. And the entire population of convicts for all the 9 prisons are 5,380, and out of which that is men, and out of which women comprise 247 comprise of women. Secondly, I've also included the budget details because I wanted to cross-check if whatever the respondents say, like, is everything covered, the diet, medicine, the transportation charges, and overhead and other charges. So since this is a qualitative field study, my research methodology is a qualitative study, and I conducted the study through questionnaires and interviews. So the number of interviews I took was 24, and I focused on convicts because the remand prisoners, they easily get out of bail. So the cases I interviewed were murder, POSCO, rape, and drugs, NDPS, and white collar, between the age group of 35 to 70. And I also interviewed 2 prison personnel. That's one is the psychiatric counselor and the other one is the social worker. So I also sent questionnaires to the general public, government officials, and the NGO sectors, and I got 63 responses, and I'm still getting new responses. Like, I've circulated all over, and every day I am getting 10 responses. But as of last night, I've gotten 63 responses. So this is just to determine their perception and attitude towards prisoners or persons in conflict with law. So my limitations were a set of 30 convicts was supposed to participate in this qualitative study, but I was told that not many were willing to come forward as frequent studies on psychology were conducted. So the participants did go through a lot of triggers and psychological disturbances. So out of 30, only 22 participated in my study. So the participants were interviewed in the additional superintendent's office because nobody is allowed inside the prison area easily. So there was no possibility of conducting a self-survey of the physical environment inside the prison. But I did ask about the physical environment to the mental health professional, that is the psychiatric counselor and the social worker. And I couldn't interview the age group between 18 to 25 because they were not there. So the social worker and the psychiatric counselor mostly said that convicts are usually above 25, and petty theft cases were also out of the prison on bail. So these were the findings with respect to the perceptions of people towards prisoners. So I asked them questions like, do you consider prisoners as one of the vulnerable populations in the society? And 77.8 people responded saying yes. And I also asked questions like, do you think prisoners deserve the right to health? And I got 61 responses, and out of that, 58 said yes, and there were 3 miscellaneous answers. And the third question was, do you think health services for prisoners should be facilitated based on the type of crime? And 81% said no. And the next question was, do you think a prison is a place for reformation or is it a place for punishment? And 84.1% of the 63 responded to yes. I mean, they said yes. And the last question was, do you think the right to health must be denied to prisoners who have committed circumstantial crimes? And 96.8 responded no. So these were the questions which were asked to the prisoners during the interview. So first I asked them if they're satisfied with the healthcare. And I asked questions related to the hospital environment and the hospital staff and the nutrition of food, are the number of meals sufficient, and also the water quality, if they have enough access to water, and if they have access to medical camps and mental health services and all of that. So I do not want to read every question as it will take time. So you can just quickly skim through. So I found that more than 80% of all the convicts who I interviewed gave a good feedback, and mostly people who committed these crimes are from Madurai, Theni, and Chennai. So based on the interviews with the health professionals, that is a psychiatric counselor and the social worker, I asked them questions on the physical environment, regarding the physical environment, and I found out that the place is well ventilated and the temperature level is optimal because a lot of trees are planted. And I could notice this one. Like I was sitting in the SP's office, and I could see the number of trees from the window. So I could say that, they're well spaced out and the lighting is apt, but there is no designated dining area. All of them have their food inside their dorms, and there are no rough or hard surfaces like pins or, slippery floors to get easily injured. And there are provisions for control measures such as first aid, wheelchairs, fire extinguishers, and suggestion box in every floor. Every floor, as in there's only the ground floor and the first floor, and there is a routine of general maintenance, and every block has a library. This is a new thing. Initially they were lesser, like the library there was only one space for a library, but now every block has a library, and they have low ceiling bathrooms which are present because most often they're very scared that a prisoner might do something to himself if there's a high ceiling and they're not able to see. So their head is always shown, and the bathrooms are very order-free and neat, and there are sufficient number of toilets. So all the bathroom essentials are there, toothbrush, and they're not given toothpaste, but tooth powder, and the soap is given. And I also found out that the plural practices are good, that they're being implemented in other prisons in India. From my interview with a remand psychologist, she said that plural is third on the list. So I will give you more data on that in my paper, in my report. So the types of diseases which the prisoners often face are diabetes, cold, sinus, itching, stomach pain, headache. And they said there is a change in water quality. Suppose when they come from home, the water quality at home is quite different, and the water quality in the prison is quite different. And they gave other feedback as well. So they felt that there are they are given the same types of medicines for every ailment, be it a cold or a headache or stomach pain. And they complained of increased mosquitoes, and they requested products like Odomos and repellents. And one inmate said, he would like an Ayurvedic intervention too, just not allopathic, but a Siddha doctor does come once a week. And one inmate said he wants a diabetes customized food plan. And some of them obviously wanted tasty food. And with respect to mental health, they feel that increased call time with families will help, soothe them. And some of them, very few of them said the bathrooms are not clean. So this is how the prison is structured. The hospital is structured. That is, they have 8 wards, and they have 10 beds and 1 de-addiction space. And in the prison area, there's one block comprises of 300 prisoners, and there are 182 dorms in total on the ground and the first floor. And one dorm has 20 people, and there are 10 fans and 10 tube lights. And there are small shrines as well to pray, such as a temple, a mosque, and a church. And the food menu. So most of what I gauged, it does coincide. I mean, it does, it does show there are nutritional values. Like, it does cover carbohydrates, it does cover protein and calcium and all of that. So this is the menu: palak, sambar, spicy gravy, and they even have channa, groundnuts, moong, and turtle beans and chickpeas, which are given in the evening along with tea. And there's a special diet which includes chicken for tuberculosis and HIV patients as well. And there's also all the prisoners are employed. So they do jobs such as bookbinding, file making, weaving, seal making, tailoring, tag making, printing, baking, kitchen and store work, gardening and cleaning. So whatever they make, all the products are directed to the government. And there are other findings which I gauge, that is, accommodation and food is free for habitual offenders, and 10-year convicts are assigned monitoring of their peers. So good performers are eligible for bail. And the health professionals, that is the psychiatric counselor, he believes that 98% of the POSCO cases are false cases. So complainants who have civil disputes, they make false allegations of sexual offenses against children on the other party. So that's how it gets converted from a civil dispute case into a false POSCO case. So policy recommendations. So I thought it's very difficult to convince an authority like the government to bring in more measures. But I thought, why can't we involve NGOs and companies who are focusing on environmental work, and you can get their interventions to incorporate nature-based solutions and nature-based architecture as a preventative approach to be less prone to diseases and to improve the physical environment of the prison. So this is just a diagram I got from a source. that implementing this kind of a structure can, like, for example, healthier street trees, and if you have all these kind of components in an architecture or an infrastructure, or an infrastructure, so this will help inmates to be less prone to diseases. Secondly, involve interventions of non-government organizations focusing on environmental concerns. And secondly, CSR of MNCs. So out of the 4 types of CSRs, I think ethical or human rights responsibilities and philanthropic responsibility, under that, MNCs can contribute money to the prisons. And since some of the inmates said that they do not have enough time for recreational activities like playing games because the ground is closed by 6 o'clock, and they work all day. So I really think increased time for recreational activities will boost their mental health. And a lot of them do not have sensitivity within them. I got to know this through the remand prison psychologist. So creating more opportunities for social interactions among the inmates' peers to bring in sensitivity is something I thought about. And I also feel that, you have to implement a mandatory curriculum for learning. The medium of instruction can be in either Tamil or English. So these are my references for this particular presentation. So I've mentioned it over here. And the last reference over here, this is the report which also states that the plural inmates have given a good feedback with respect to health services. So that's all. And the court has clearly stated that it's not an institution of punishment, but it should be an institution which entails a lot of, it should be able to educate, and it's an institution of reformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharmita ji, for a very poignant way in which you have described the prison condition. My first suggestion is that please make correction. It is a POCSO, P-O-C-S-O, Protection of Children from Sexual Offense Act, 2012.
Right.
But POSCO is a company. It is a corporate company. Okay. What we say is a POSCO, POCSO.
I actually Googled this because the prison.
POCSO is a company in Madurai. It is a corporate company in iron and ore company.
I'm aware of
so it is in Odisha. There is a POCSO is a company.
Right.
It's a corporate company. What you meant was a POCSO.
I did.
So yeah. Second one is that in your references, the link comes the last. You have to say that who is the author of the article or book or report, then title of the article or book or report, then institution which has sponsored it, and after that the link which you are sharing and the day you accessed it. That is how the referencing has to be done. So for all the references in the last slide which you showed, in that you will have to provide the author, title, institute or publisher, and if it is a year of publication, immediately after that. So APA style, you can see. Dr. Simi Mehta has shared the readings on how to do the research writing that you'll have to do.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to ask you a question was about the recreation. What are the recreational activities there? And do they also have a classes for, do they have study center for IGNU or any other distance course or
coming to that? So
or craft also.
So one inmate, white collar inmate, a person who had committed a white collar crime. So he said after he was admitted into the prison, he did his BA English. That's what he said. And secondly, the recreational courses are yoga and games. So far it's only this. But, a library is again, they have a library hour is what I found out. And I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. So, because most of the inmates, I feel like, they do not want to, they don't have that amount of sensitivity or remorse. And I think that, something philanthropic or philanthropic has to come and play a role in it.
And also, once they are out of prison, to rebuild their life also, they need certain skills, no?
Exactly.
If they are caught in their teenage or when they are young adult, when they come out, if they have a skills, then they can get some employment or even think of self-employment. So which are the skills which are imparted in terms of the vocational education? Do they have industrial training institute, extension center of ITI in prison?
They don't. They do not have an industrial training thing. But then these are the basic jobs which I came to know about.
Yeah.
And all these are directed to the prison bazaar, and it's called Stanley. So the government, it's all for the government, and it's not for any private entity. So that's what the health professional told me.
Yeah.
But I'm just, since it's a qualitative study, we really do not know who is honest and who is not honest. Especially, yeah, especially in a vulnerable place like a prison, it's very, very different. It's very hard to gauge whether, they're honest or not, because you never know. Some of them may be trained to say certain things to the researcher, and some of them are brutally honest. One inmate was like, no, I'm not happy.
No, that is why discourse becomes important. What is there in the FIR? What is the crime for which they have been arrested? And what is their interpretation? So they're both the sides of the story are there. Yeah. So
it's very difficult, when you're going for a qualitative study, and it's very difficult to gauge whether they're honest.
Yeah. And your own impression also, your perception, how you see that persona, that is also.
But it was a great experience, ma'am. I never thought I will have the courage to go inside a prison and sit with a, a person who is alleged of rape or a POXO crime. So I'm glad I did it, and
so many times they say also, like a student from Delhi University, I think she did a PhD on Tihar jail, no? And so many of the prisoners, they told her that, I wish you had come earlier in my life. I would not have committed crime. In course of discussion, and we being treated as a human being, and most of the time, like teenagers, no, they also take revenge, like because they think that this person has moved away and they think too high of themselves. To show their place, I'll rape her. So that also happens, no, in the teenage. But later on, like when they say that, if had someone explained to me, because they also said, no, that when I lifted a skirt of a girl in a school, everyone laughed, even teacher laughed. When I misbehaved in a primary school, then too it was treated as a joke by everybody. When in a college, when I pulled someone's chunni, and then too people thought that I was a brave and macho. Nobody told me that these things are wrong. Never was I told, either by my family or by my neighbors, or even in the ecosystem in which I grew up, that what I was doing of wrong. So only when I came to prison, I started rethinking that why didn't they tell me in my childhood? So that those type of testimony.
Right. I would like to share something else. I forgot to tell you this. So when I asked them, in case of acute emergencies, are you being transferred to the government of hospitals immediately? Very few of them said no, we're not transferred. And some of them said, even after the healthcare, even after the doctors treated me, I've not gotten better. So I asked the healthcare professionals, that's a psychiatric counselor and the social worker, why they are not being able to transfer to the government hospitals immediately. They said there are limited escorts. That an escort has to be placed in the court, and even in every sub jail and jail. So there are limited escorts, and especially when this happens at night, it's very difficult to transfer them.
Correct.
This one was so this is something which I wanted to tell you. Yeah.
Shortage of staff. Yeah.
So I hope this presentation was good and I've done justice to
Very
the.
good. It's so many new insights.
Yeah, okay. So just one more doubt. So before I write this report has to go to the DG office for review.
Yeah.
And I really want it to be published, but they have to review it, and I hope they review it and they say
you are anonymized enough, no?
Yeah, I'm anonymous.
How big is the prison?
It's 2,100 acres.
And out of it, 24.
Yeah, 22.
20. You have interviewed 24.
Yeah.
22. That is anonymized out of 4,000 to 2,200. This thing. 22 is not a. Cannot be identified. Yeah.
So I have never asked for their name and their place and all of that. I just
got even name, age. This. Yeah.
I didn't ask. I just
anonymization. You have to check that they are protected. No, those who have given you interview, they should be protected.
I didn't take it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that is a major thing. And if anything is against the prison authorities, they may censor it. No, that's the thing.
So I just need your help in tweaking my report in such a way that
challenges. And you are using the term challenges and mind-boggling issues and needs to be sorted out. The kind of language you use, it's a very persuasive language rather than attacking.
Right. Thank you so much.
And it can come under the rubric of prison reform. A lot of discussion is happening in police academy about the prison reform. So from the point of view of prison reform, from the point of view of humanizing the prison ecosystem, that way you have to word your sentences.
Right. And one more thing is, I would like to interview the subjective perceptions, that part alone, from the perspective of a person who belongs to a lower economic strata.
Intersectionally vulnerable.
Yeah,
like marginalities.
Like some of our helps and housemaids and all of that. So I just need some time for that. It'll take a week, and I'll include that in my final report.
Yeah, because others can easily access legal support, which poor person cannot. They have to just depend on the defense lawyers' willingness and also their prejudice, because defense lawyer may be sympathetic, may not be sympathetic. We don't know. They are appointed by the government of India.
Right. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Very good.
Thank you so much, Shanvita ji. Next, we have Srishti ji. Srishti ji, if you're ready, please go ahead. Yeah, Srishti ji, can you check your audio?
Am I audible?
Yeah, and we can see your screen as well. You can go full screen. Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. How do I?
Yes, please go ahead, Srishti ji.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. The title of my study is Effect of Gender Differences in Coping Strategies and Mental Health Among Teachers of Low-Cost Private Schools in Darjeeling. So,
Yes, Srishti, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah. The introduction. The study explores the different gender differences and how do they cope with the stress and how's their mental health. Teaching in these low-cost private schools itself is a challenge which are worsened by the limited resources and support. With the increasing number of schools in Darjeeling, the teachers often face challenges like limited resources, low salaries with high workload, and societal, physical, and mental pressures. My research objectives are to identify primary stressors faced by the teachers, to explore and understand their coping strategies related to their work. So my research questions were, what are the strategies used by male and female teachers to cope with stress or challenges in low-cost private schools in Darjeeling? And what are the challenges faced by male and female teachers and how do they manage their stress differently according to their gender? And how do cultural and societal expectations influence the coping strategies of male and female teachers? Now, the methodology. I took in-depth interviews, and I also made a Google form for the open-ended interviews, and I also did the phone call interviews for the stakeholders. I took 24 teachers from different localities in Darjeeling, in and around Darjeeling, and out of 24 teachers, 12 were male and 12 were female teachers. The research findings. When it comes to stress management, it was found that women typically chat with friends or co-workers, take a break, or sometimes relax, or sometimes choose to ignore and engage in their hobbies. And for the males, they mainly focus on problem solving if any stressful situation comes. Also, they occasionally take break, calm down, or sometimes choose to ignore and move on. The teachers think that flexible work schedules and more of counseling services are essential for their mental health improvement. Talking about the challenges, male teachers faced high societal expectations, including their family expectations too, whereas females experienced challenges with workload and work-life balance. Another major source of stress at work was their low pay, for which I think the teachers at this small low-cost private schools are constantly coming and departing. This much. Thank you.
Hello, Shishiri. Hello.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah, you are audible. Only thing you have to provide the discussion also. And in the report, when you write, you will put the responses, no? The way they have spoken, the interview. And if you can use, instead of male teacher and female teacher, if you can call them man teacher and women teacher, that would be fine. Because male and female is a biological connotation and man and women have a sociological connotation. So generally in academic writing, if you write that, men teachers and women teachers, that would be fine. Yeah. But you have only given the quantitative data, but what all transpired and what are your observations and analysis, you will have to put them in the report. Are you thinking in that direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then it is fine. Yeah. And I think we can go through and revise it. But discussion you have to put in. No, you have to incorporate discussion. And from the discussion, what emerges in terms of recommendation and further research, that also you should put. You should include. Huh?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti ji. Next, we can have Aishwarya ji. Aishwarya ji, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and Arjun sir and moderators, and my fellow co-participants. My area of research is right to dignity and safety of workers engaged in sewer and septic tank, a case study of the 2013 Act. I just want to mention that I have not added the recommendation slide in my PPT, but I'll be discussing it out loud. So I'll go ahead and share the PPT. Can I just confirm if it's visible properly?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's visible. It is in working mode. You can make it slideshow.
Okay.
Okay, if you're not able to do, go ahead.
I'm pressing the Alt F5 key, but is it not working? Is it not
नहीं,
sharing?
वो Zoom में है ना, नीचे जहाँ पे वो
It's
Zoom
okay, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Just let me know. I'll just draw it. From where do we do it in Zoom?
Yeah, we are able to read it. Don't worry, don't worry. We are able to read.
Okay. Just a brief background to the 2013 Act. The Act was introduced to address the inadequacies and the low impact of the 1993 Act, and which was aimed at, of course, eradication of manual scavenging. It was only limited to dry latrines or insanitary latrines. So in 2013 Act, the legislature expanded the definition by also including hazardous cleaning within this purview of the Act, but not per se defining it as manual scavenging. So, and the Act focuses on the right to safety as a priority of the legislative intent of the workers engaged in manual cleaning of sewer and septic tanks. But it also has a lot of exclusionary aspects, which I'll be discussing as part of this case study. I'm not able to share, just give me a second. My laptop is hanging. I'm not able to move.
Okay, don't worry.
we
Just
have your
speak.
PPT.
Yeah, we can see your slides are there in the side. We can see the title. Okay, fine. Just speak.
Slide is not moving somehow.
No problem. We can see 5 slides which are there in the side. So we know that you have made.
Should I just go ahead without the slides? But it is an inconvenience because I would like you to view.
Aishwarya ji, I'll present your slide. You had submitted it to us, right?
Maybe a problem of bandwidth. No. I can also switch off my video.
So you can share the other presentation that I had
Yes.
submitted.
Yes, I'm sharing.
I'm so sorry about this. So I'll go ahead. Meanwhile, while Priyanka is uploading.
Right.
So the second issue is that the workers, apart from the exclusionary aspect of the law, the workers face an epidemic of deaths during this so-called hazardous cleaning of septic tanks and sewers, and they're treated as disposable and not as equal constitutional citizens. And there is an extreme structural discrimination. There is absence of upward social mobility and exclusion from societal resources. They face acute vulnerability and caste-based enslavement, which ties them to this kind of sanitation work, that is manual scavenging. And there is a continuous violation of their human dignity in this kind of work, where they are systemically forced to enter sewer and septic tanks in order to clean them manually. And whereas the Act provides for protective equipment, the observation of safety protocols, and mechanisms to protect the worker, but the entire obligation of this protection is put upon the workers and the employer. The state is largely absent from this kind of a setup, where the protection of the worker is put upon the shoulders of the workers themselves as the last resort, by asking them to use a personal protective equipment, which is something that I find highly problematic. When there is systematic denial of compensation and lack of accountability for wrongdoers. So during the field work, I could see that the families of the deceased workers were forced to settle by the employers or the strong men around in that area. And there is a lack of accountability for the wrongdoers, and so is the conviction rate extremely low because the FIRs themselves are not registered due to the lack of sensitization of the law enforcement agencies and the apathetic form of investigation that is conducted in such cases where workers die inside sewers or septic tanks. Then the institutional apparatus is not in place that is mandated as per the 2013 Act, and the surveys have not been conducted. And even the Supreme Court has admitted that the only two surveys that were conducted in 2013 and 18 were not reliable and not as per the mandate of the Act. And this was admitted in the Balram Singh case in 2020. And then workers are basically coerced to perform dangerous sewage cleaning tasks, and even employers often say that if you do not clean it properly, we will not pay you the full amount that they decide. And in one such instance, we found that even though the worker themselves owned a suction and jetting tank, the worker asked them to get inside the septic tank of their house, and he, along with another worker, went inside in order to clean it properly because the employer were not satisfied with the type of cleaning that the jet or the machine was doing. So then this indicates a great violation of the fundamental rights, the right to choose one's occupation because of the caste-based enslavement, and violation of the right to safe and dignified livelihood and freedom from discrimination. So these practices indicate a complete violation of the legislative intent, the constitutional values, and international mandates. So my research questions, moving on to the next slide, are what are the systemic factors that facilitate and obstruct the elimination of the practice of manual cleaning of sewer and septic tank workers as per the mandate of 2013 Act. Could you please move on to the next slide, Priyanka? Sorry, the slide which is titled Research Questions. Thank you. So the second research question is, what is the legislative intent behind introduction of hazardous cleaning in 2013 Act? The third is whether the 2013 Act adopts a dignity-based approach to the abolition of manual scavenging, and how does it treat dignity and right to safety of the workers? And lastly, whether the 2013 Act is exclusionary towards the rights of sewage, septic tank, and railway scavenging workers. So moving on to the methodology slide. The objective is to undertake a case study of the 2013 Act, the lived experiences of the workers who were affected with the law, not just lived experience with the practice, but with the law, and the implications of the 2013 Act on the right to safety and dignity of the affected workers. So the method I've taken is purposive sampling through a semi-structured interview schedule to ensure that all perspectives are taken. And the key informants are, as you can see in the slide, of course, the primary stakeholders, that is the workers who are engaged in manual cleaning of sewer and septic tank, and also storm drains, because recently Madras High Court has included storm drains within the definition of sewer and septic tanks, and hazardous cleaning. So the authorities that monitor sanitation work, such as the NCSK, the NSK FDC, that provides the funding for various social welfare motives, and the urban local bodies, the supply chain stakeholders. So these supervisors, private contractors, households, RWAs, and the office bearers in all the government agencies related to sanitation, as well as lawyers and activists. So moving on to the findings from the field. Yeah, so the research has shown that the Act does not treat hazardous cleaning or cleaning of sewer and septic tanks without protective equipment and safety protocols observation as manual scavenging. So there is a statutory differentiation between the two, and there is a, because of this, it results in an extreme amount of apathy from the executive and the administration, as well as the society, the households, the RWAs. And it has no deterrence effect because of this binary. And the dissemination of illegality of manual scavenging, that is the biggest prima facie factor that leads to the perpetuation of this practice. But for which I recommend that there is a need to conduct multi-stakeholder collaborative camps inside wards, and of which even one of the IUs in the investigating officer, he himself was very enthusiastic that such camps should be conducted in order to raise awareness about the illegality of manual scavenging. So such collaborative exercise, if it is mandated by the Act, though it is mandated, but it is not conducted, and it is not at all obligatory on any of the local authorities. So if it was made obligatory, then it would lead to a lot of awareness about the actual illegality and what constitutes hazardous cleaning and who should be contacted in case of any violation. And then there is RWAs have been recommended to put up posters saying that sewer की असुरक्षित सफाई ना करवाएं और ना करने दें. That is, do not let sewers to be cleaned in an unsafe manner. But this poster, as per the guidelines in the Balram Singh case, has not been put up by the RWAs except in a few places. And this large-scale advertisement also needs to be done in order to disseminate the fact that this practice is illegal. However, this is only the prima facie issue, that is the illegality. The major issue is the exclusionary aspects within the Act, which is that the Act discriminates between workers who engage in this hazardous cleaning, which the Act calls, whereas their dignity is still violated because they enter sewers and septic tanks full of non-decomposed fecal sludge, right? And this binary, along with the exception of the railways and the this introduction of the protective equipment, makes it extremely vulnerable to exploitation by the administration and the executive. So this is a loophole that the Act has left for the executive to exploit. And then there is the entire putting of onus on the employer and the worker, and prioritizing safety instead of focusing on how the design of the Act can be made more inclusive. So rehabilitation itself has been denied for these workers because they do not fall under the category of manual scavenging. And so also rehabilitation has largely been on paper, and the court itself, Supreme Court itself, admits that the surveys have not been conducted. And as per the law, if there is no social audit, how can rehabilitation be put in practice? So there is this artificial binary that is created between workers who clean dry latrines and workers who clean sewer, septic tanks, and storm drains. And also the exclusion of sewage treatment plants, that is not mentioned within the Act, whether that comes under the scope of hazardous cleaning. So there is on multiple levels exclusion and reluctance in a complete abolition of manual scavenging that is indicated through this case study as well as the empirical research. And conviction related issues also, there is bail is very easily granted even if at all the case is dragged to the court, which is not done so easily because the officers, the IOs, are not themselves aware of the legality of the act. And even when they are informed, it seems that they treated, so as I have, so in one of the cases, the IO themselves said that this is ittifaqiya or coincidental, which is like he does not understand the systemic issue embedded in this practice. So, and he was not willing to register the FIR. So, this is the kind of apathy that exists within the law and of course in its enforcement and implementation. So, I would like to stop at that and ask for the feedback. Thank you.
You have raised important concerns about the law, but I also felt that had you done also some of the good practices which some states have done. For example, Delhi state and also Kerala, they have done the mechanization of underground sewage and septic tank cleaning. Or other countries where such thing is happening in a more humane way. So that would at least show the pathway that it is possible. And because sanitation budget is not a problem, because even if you see any urban center, sanitation budget is very high. In fact, so much remains unutilized. In Bombay Municipal Corporation budget, 40% of the total budget is for sanitation. So much remains unutilized. The problem is why are they opposed to mechanization, or why are they leaving it only to the dumper mafia? Why doesn't, and subcontracting is not a solution. Every time tragedy takes place, the authorities, they say, oh, but we are not doing it. No, it is the housing societies or it is the contractor. But do you have any standard operating procedures for the contractor? Well, what are the safety standards they need to observe in terms of uniform, in terms of mask, in terms of total protection? In other countries, I have seen sanitation workers. They are provided so many facilities, right from gumboot and all. And underground is, obviously it is out, but why can't they use robo for underground sewage cleaning and septic tank cleaning, which many countries, in our country also, Kerala has introduced that. And Kerala is not a rich state, still it has interest. So it's a question of political will. No? One is a mechanization, and second one is safety measures and the personal protection equipments for the sanitation workers. That is number two. Both. Underground is out because that government is also in a denial mode. We don't have manual scavenging. Okay, that's what every time the question is raised in the UN or in the National Human Rights Commission, that is what the authorities say. No, it is, we have eradicated it. We have eradicated it. No, that's how they say. But I think mechanization of sewage and septic tank cleaning, one part. And second was the introduction of robo. And even after that, the sanitation staff has to be provided safe personal protection equipment.
So, ma'am, in 2018, the Delhi Jal Board, only the Delhi Jal Board introduced 200 of these suction and jetting machines, the tankers, the big tankers that we see, but they service only very posh areas, and it's large scaling of the machines has not been done at all. Yeah. And there has been corruption within introduction of that itself. So there is a lack of political will, like you said. So these are only very exceptional examples. Like in one or two states, there is no large scaling of the mechanization, which is the only answer. Yeah. And the other thing that you said,
mechanization.
Yeah. So, so I'll take the feedback and
yeah. And also some of the best practices other Asian countries have, Singapore, Hong Kong. Right. Okay, Thailand. They countries smaller than us, and even some countries even poorer than us. They have brought in the modern practices. They have taken. They have provided safety and security to the sanitation workers. So those best practices can be put. If you can put it in box, and also they said it is possible. Resources is not a problem. It's a question of attitude and the caste system,
actually, this
which
is what I
always uses. The status quo is man.
Yes, ma'am. Just one thing about
Yeah.
resource I wanted to add that recently the union budget that has come, it has actually totally scrapped the budget for the SRMS scheme, which is the scheme meant for the rehabilitation.
That's
So it is a systematic
correct.
reduction and total dismantling of the rehabilitative apparatus, and it has been under huge criticism from these the Safai Karamchari Andolan and various organizations working on the issue.
Yeah. So that you should highlight. That it is also the casteist way of looking at the sanitation work. Yeah. In other countries, that is the caste-based prejudices are not there. So they don't mind the way they allocate budget for any other things. Here they are doing it. Like I remember here when the school for child workers came was established in front of our housing society. All the middle class residents, they threw rotten eggs and tomatoes and mud at that school and said that if आप जैसे लोग पढ़ने लगेंगे तो क्या हमारे बच्चे झाड़ू लगाएंगे? Imagine. The caste comes in so much, so they want the status quo to remain. Even the study, Indo-Dutch program study of the municipal schools where Dalit children were there, they were not taught anything. Teachers were saying the same thing. They would make them clean the campus, clean the toilet, do all the drudgery-prone tasks and all. But none of them. But they said if children of your community get educated, then our children will have to do your chores. So that is also very strong. Caste prejudices also come in a way. It is not only the resource. And even the budget makers who have caste prejudices, obviously they won't find anything that is drudgery reducing for the manual sewage cleaners as a priority. It just won't.
In fact, you're rightly pointing this out because the scheme which is meant for the children of manual scavengers, the education scheme, pre-metric scholarship, that itself they have changed the name of. I think that they have not received any applications only. So they are blaming the workers themselves that they are not having legal literacy, they are not applying for it, instead of actually reaching out to them.
Correct. That's what the Bezwada Wilson has said, that they have even taken away the little bit of support which state was going is also scrapped in 2024-25 budget. So I think you should bring in all. So connect this issue along with the larger concerns of policies, the programs, schemes, and laws.
Yes, ma'am. And this is mandated within 2013 Act, the educational rehabilitation of the children.
Yeah. Correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, someone has written a comment, POCSO Act is gender neutral. Yes, because all children are potential victim of sexual violence, both boys and girls. Yes. Yeah, right.
Thank you so much,
now,
Aishwarya.
Yeah. It is 3 o'clock and still we have 4 more presentations to be made. You all have put in so much of hard work that we don't feel like curtailing you when you are making presentation. Are you okay with this time, or you are hungry, you are tired, you are losing your attention? Sudekha Bhattarai, Mangilal, Ankita, and Nivedita Singh. What do you suggest? Should we continue or should we stop now and you suggest the alternate time where we can meet? Hello?
I think I can go.
You can go ahead. Okay, then start your presentation.
Then go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, my colleague is helping me out with the slides. So because I have slow connectivity. Fine. So thank you everyone, organizing team for this opportunity. So my topic is gender and work, challenges faced by women, primary school teachers in Darjeeling. So I chose this topic because I wanted to explore more on the professional and personal life of teachers. So the introduction to my topic would be, I would like to seek my study is focusing on challenges faced by the women teachers in low-cost private schools in Darjeeling, in and around Darjeeling, and it. My main aim or my main objective is to see or examine the complexities of gender, how to manage how they manage the interplay between their personal life, household work, and professional lives. So, and the professional life that impacts the school environment in the long run. So my research objectives are obstacles and to explore the obstacles and challenges faced by women school teachers in low-cost private primary schools, to understand how women teachers navigate their day-to-day personal and professional lives, to explore the interlinkages between gender roles and norms and its implications on professional and personal life of women teachers. So to conduct the studies, I used methods like Google Form, a questionnaire, to know their basic social demographics of the teachers. So I conducted 10 interviews following the questionnaire, which was semi-structured interviews. And then I would like to follow up with some teachers and like to know more about to know more about what they are up to or what they plan in the futures as a case study. So my basic findings were were mental and physical stresses that the teacher face because they have to wake up early in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and then do all the household works, chores, and then come to the school. So the other thing was menstruation. During their menstruation, because of low sanitation facility, they skip work and they are more stressed when they are menstruating. So again, the salary, the private school teachers has very less salary, and because of which they opt to like taking tuitions, which increases their workload and working hours for additional income. They do this, and this because of this the migration has also occurred, and some teachers are single mothers, some have separated family, so they need this money, or they need this they need this money to like sustain their family, and this work to sustain their family, even if they don't want to work, or even if they don't want to be a teacher, they have to do this work. So these were the concerns that they that came out when I was interviewing the teachers. And other challenges was that when they are staying in a joint family, they have other responsibilities, they have relatives, they have family, which a female or a woman has to like do all these and then step out of the house. So this was one of the major challenges that most of the teachers felt. If they are in a nuclear family, or it would be much more easier. The challenges of like the teachers also like shared, which was positive, was the profession. A teacher is a respectable job, and it builds their identity in the society, and also there is a network of their colleagues, which works as a support system outside home. So that was the major findings, and also the findings uh, uh, which were like there was so the school associations, there are private schools associations, but they don't get any kind of government aid, and they are told to convert into cooperatives if they want any government aid. So the main problem or the main challenge is finances, because to run a private school like this, they need like money, but the source of income is very less. So the principals, being the main stakeholder, they are like they are reluctant to provide more facilities or to provide better working space. So that is one of the major findings.
Yeah.
So
Fine.
so the conclusion or the recommendation that I would like to suggest is so addressing gender disparities, implementing policies that addresses gender disparities, such as maternity leave, childcare facilities at workplace, so flexible working arrangements so that during emergencies they can take leaves, providing trainings on gender equality, leadership, conflict resolution to school administrator and teachers, establishing mentorship programs such as women teacher in career progression, improve school infrastructure so that they can get better sanitation facility, they can create a safe and safe learning and working environment, awareness and counseling sessions for the teachers so that they can build a better mental health. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. You are also talking about the Association of Teachers. Hello.
Yes,
Do
yes,
they have
ma'am.
the Association of Trade Union? Do they have any teachers association?
Yes, they have teachers association. So in Darjeeling, there are teacher associations and schools association, but they don't get government funds.
Yeah, that is there, but your recommendation for them. In what way Teachers Association can also provide safety, dignity, self-esteem, and welfare? How can they do the welfare of teachers? So you can, as from a finding of your research, you can also give recommendations for the Teachers Association, whether they are supported by government or not. But they can take it up, like earlier in PTA meeting, the Parent Teachers Association meeting, they never discussed the parental punishment or corporal punishment or POCSO Act. They never discussed. Now they do, because such recommendations were given. Like PTA also is not supported by government. Parent Teachers Association is a voluntary body of school teachers and parents. Now they are taking up serious issues. So you can also give suggestion that what can Teachers Association do for welfare of women teachers. No? Hello. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you, sir. Yeah, congratulations. Good work. And PPT is also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rekha ji. Mangilal ji, if you're here and you're ready, we can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, Mangilal ji, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Yes, raised hand.
Okay.
Not able.
Actually, he has the permission to unmute. Mangilal ji, I've shared the promote to panelist link. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Rejoining as panelist. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
In the meanwhile, I'd like to check if Nivedita ji is here. Otherwise, I think Ankita ji will be our last participant.
No, I think I'm before Nivedita ji.
Where is she?
There are two Shruti Vermas here.
Huh? Shruti Verma is only one. Yeah.
Mangilal ji.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. You can be a little louder, Mangilal ji.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I want to share my PPT.
हेलो
हेलो मैम मैं
बोलिए
पीपीटी शेयर करने की ट्राई कर रहा हूँ लेकिन
हाँ
पीपीटी शेयर हो नहीं रही है। कहाँ है ऑप्शन इसका?
मंगीलाल जी, एक ग्रीन कलर का शेयर बटन होगा, देखिए जूम पे नीचे आ रहा होगा। आपने किससे ज्वाइन करा है, लैपटॉप से या फोन से?
लैपटॉप से उसी ग्रीन कलर पे ही कर रहा हूँ फिर।
हाँ जी, तो एक बार उस पर क्लिक कीजिए।
हाँ किया मैंने।
आपका पीपीटी खुला हुआ है आपके कंप्यूटर में?
एक मिनट।
पहले आप अपना पीपीटी खोल लीजिए।
हाँ मैम मैंने खोल लिया। मैम पीपीटी दिख रहा है? यस।
हाँ हाँ, दिख रहा है। आप इसे स्लाइड शो मोड में ले जाइए। ऊपर से भी ले जा सकते हैं, ऊपर भी है स्लाइड शो का ऑप्शन।
यस।
और ऊपर जाइए थोड़ा, जहाँ पे डिजाइन वगैरह लिखा है। नहीं नहीं, ये नहीं। आप राइट को आइए, राइट की तरफ, राइट, हाँ, एंड ये। हाँ, इसमें सबसे पहला ऑप्शन फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग कर दीजिए।
थैंक यू मैम।
ठीक है।
हाँ
Yeah. My topic is, does the Ayushman card guarantee treatment issues and challenges of the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, a case study of the merit. The introduction and the background of this scheme. This scheme is recommended by the National Health Policy 2017 and this scheme launched in September 2018 to achieve the universal health coverage and sustainable goal with commitment to leave no one behind. The eligible family for this scheme is taken from the socio-economic caste census 2011 based on the deprivation and occupational criteria for rural and urban areas. And this scheme covers 5 lakh cashless free treatment to eligible beneficiary at the government and the private hospitals, which covers various diseases in packages forms. For the better implementation of this scheme, at the central level, they create the National Health Authority, and at state level they create the state health authorities, and at the district level they create the district implementation unit for the better implementation of this scheme. Objective and the major research question. Overall objective of this study to find out the issues and challenges in the implementation of the scheme and the impact of the Ayushman scheme on the beneficiaries. This study utilized the descriptive method approach to find out the issues and challenges in this implementation of the schemes and issues faced by the beneficiaries and the other stakeholders of the scheme. Data was collected with the pre-tested open-ended questionnaire and free listing. Study area was the urban merit and rural merit. Sample and sampling. Overall, it was estimated to cover 50 in-depth interviews from the beneficiaries, health workers, ASA workers, and member of the PRIs. And focus group discussion was carried out with the community health officer, ANM, chief medical officer, and nodal officer of the scheme for the purpose of the study. Beneficiaries, workers, health workers, ASA workers, and the PRI members were selected randomly from the urban and rural area, where the other officers like CSO, CMO, and the nodal officer were purposely selected for the study. In-depth interview with key stakeholders like beneficiaries, ASA workers, CHO, MO, and PRI member, including Panchayat Sahayak, were carried out, and focus group discussion were carried out with the CSC officers, nodal officer scheme. In-depth interview and focus group discussion were analyzed based on the verbatism and free listing. The limitation of this study is this is carried out with limited interviews in one district only. Results and discussions. the major issue of this scheme faced by the beneficiary is at two levels. One at the during the know your customer or the document verification stage, after they know that their name is already in the list of the beneficiary. The name is the mismatch in a large number of persons have the mismatch in family members name or the head of families, etc. The second, at the during of the course of treatment, confusion among the illiterate beneficiaries due to the impaneled hospital list according to the diseases packages. So they create the confusion, and the treatment package has limit for diseases. Sometimes it becomes monetary burden on beneficiary, and sometimes the private hospital seeks undue favor from beneficiary also. At the level of the ASA workers and CSO, they have challenges like at the sub center they have lack of the subordinate staff for the verification process, and ASA workers are not well trained to do KYC, and the Ayushman Mitras are not timely available, and sometimes villagers are also not cooperative and not willing for the Ayushman cards because of the lack of awareness among beneficiaries. And the CSC and nodal officers have difficulties, the shortage of the healthcare professional in the rural healthcare centers, and CSC in charge are not entitled to do correction in the mismatch of names or add or remove any names, or and the nodal officer of the scheme have lack of trained staff, so that is difficult to readdress the grievances of the beneficiaries at earliest. And the sum of potential eligible families left out, but the state started the Mukhyamantri Jan Arogya Abhiyan to include them, but still it need to include more families. And conclusion, the study shows that the poorer section of the society has empowered in terms of assessing health facilities in government or private hospitals. The scheme has significantly reduced the out-of-pocket healthcare expenditure. Some concern in the respect to enrollment process and utilization of the card at hospital. These issues will be addressed earliest. The process of KYC and server issues should be resolved at earliest so that more card can be generated, and pendency of the verification process should be minimized. There should be a strong and fully functional grievance cell operational for 24 hours. And the recommendation, the hospital should mandatorily disclose the total amount detected and detail of the amount charged against the different categories like the registration, medicine to beneficiary at the time of discharge. The scheme should cover all eligible households that were left out at the time of SECC 2011. There should be expansion in the available packages under the Ayushman scheme package, including package outpatient service, etc. Critical illness diagnosis reports should be also covered under this scheme. And the annual family health insurance cover limits should be increased in case of illness with hyper expenses cost. There should be a provision to further cover inflate the limit with the recommendation of the medical board or the health authorities. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Mankilal, yours is a very comprehensive presentation. I just wanted to ask, what about those who are digitally not connected? Should they be deprived? Earlier, public health facilities were available to anyone who walked in and got the case paper for 10 rupees, some states at 2 rupees, some states at 5 rupees. That facility was there. Now, with the digitalization, what do we do? So many people are dying because they don't have digital connectivity. So for that, what recommendation have you given?
Ma'am, आयुष्मान कार्ड बनाते हुए सर्वर में जो इश्यू आता है उसको अर्लीस्ट गवर्नमेंट को वो करना चाहिए, क्योंकि
नहीं हाँ, लेकिन जिसके पास कोई भी डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है उनका क्या होगा?
नहीं मैम, कार्ड बनने के बाद में आपको डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी की जरूरत नहीं है, यू शुड विजिट।
नहीं, लेकिन वो सो ये भी आपको रेकमेंडेशन देना चाहिए, कार्ड हो या ना हो तो भी पब्लिक हेल्थ फैसिलिटी शुड बी एक्सेसिबल टू सिटीजन.
Yes, that is the issue because they
वो भी आप लिखिए आखिर में,
yes,
क्योंकि
yes.
कोई गरीब महिला है, कोई अनपढ़ ये है, कोई गांव से शहर में आ गई है, उसके पास डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, कार्ड नहीं है, तो क्या
Yes.
उसको फैसिलिटी नहीं मिलेगी? कोविड के
Yes, ma'am.
दौरान यही हमने मांग की ना, anyone who suffers from COVID should be allowed. Don't, तब आप आधार कार्ड और आयुष्मान कार्ड मत मांगिए.
हाँ, लेकिन मैं
health is a public good, and that is why our aim should be that everyone should get Ayushman card. If
Yes.
that person doesn't have card, if in the absence of not having a card, okay, the person should not be deprived of health facility.
Yes,
वो भी आपको आखिर में
yes.
conclusion में आखिर
Yes.
लेना चाहिए. That
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
the citizen has a card or not, that the right to health is a basic human right of every
Yes,
Indian
it's
citizen. वो
yes,
last
ma'am.
sentence आपका होना चाहिए. बराबर?
Yes, ma'am. I will include in my the report. I will include all the major judgment of the Supreme Court for the health.
And NHRC, National Human
Yes,
Rights
yeah.
Commission, also during
Yes.
the pandemic, they
Yes,
said
yes.
don't ask for card, just give the facility, which
Yes,
is an
yes.
important services. Yeah.
India is already the signatory party of the Article 25 of the Human Rights Commission of UN.
Correct.
Yeah, I will.
So just So in your conclusion, give this optimistic note.
Yes,
That even whether you have a card or not, you have a right to health.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. बहुत अच्छे काम. बहुत.
Ma'am, good evening. Ma'am, if you put it in the YouTube, this is my PhD work, ma'am. What if my guide may object to it if she sees this, ma'am? That's why.
No, it is related. No, it is related. Not directly. It should not be.
If it is in our, like if it is given only to us in a participant, that is okay for time being. After it gets published, no problem, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now we have posted it in YouTube, that's fine.
No, but then your PhD work, you cannot even use it as a project for hire, no? The things which you have taken here cannot go in your project. It is a related. It is the related. Yeah, it is the related work.
Yeah.
So related is fine because you need 2 publications, no?
Yeah,
along with your
no,
thesis.
if you put it in the YouTube, I'm a little worried, ma'am.
No, but it is not directly your PhD work. No, it is related to your PhD. So related work is okay. Only what you put in your thesis cannot come here. This is your publication. 2 publication, you need to have extra publication along with your thesis. So whatever you have shared here, don't put it in your thesis. No, that is like that.
My guide may not like it, ma'am. That's it.
So
even this gets recorded. No. Whatever the spoken notes will get recorded.
Yeah, just ask Dr. Arjun Kumar how to solve the problem. But actually, you should not have. This is your extra work. This course, the project which you have done is an extra work over and above your thesis. Over and above your thesis work. Because every research PhD student has to submit 2 papers along with the synopsis. So this is one of the papers which can go with your synopsis of this. It is like that.
Ma'am, then...
Will you discuss it, Dr. Arjun Kumar?
Pardon, ma'am?
I am a visiting faculty.
For time being,
I am a visiting faculty, I said, so they are the ones who... So you discuss with them. You should have known this earlier only.
You could edit and put it, ma'am. We could delete my portion and put...
Yeah, ask him.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't
problem statement, is it just one statement or many statements can be included, ma'am?
What are you talking?
Problem statement.
It can be many objectives, 4, 5, 6 objectives.
Oh, it can be many. Okay.
Yeah. So whatever you have included here, if you don't include elsewhere, then it is fine. Okay. In your thesis, then it is fine because every PhD student has to.
Okay,
literature. Here it is limited. No, there you will have exhaustive literature. Here it's only 3,500 words of your paper, where there you will have 10,000 words.
Ma'am, literature review, just in one paragraph you have to write and finish it off.
Yeah, 3,500. Yeah, 3,500 words is your limit for your paper.
So, ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Both of you. Can we have the remaining 2 presentations first, ma'am?
Yeah,
The
madam.
participants are waiting. Yeah.
I know.
Ankita ji. Yes, Ankita ji,
Yeah.
if you're here, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Nivedita ji, yes. Nivedita ji, I think Ankita ji was before you. I'll just ask for her once more. If Ankita ji is here, then she can go ahead first.
I have not seen her name.
Am I
Okay,
audible? I'm here. I'm here. Am I audible?
Okay. Go,
Okay,
go,
sure.
go
Please
ahead.
go.
Can anyone answer me? Am I audible or not?
Yes,
You are audible.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Can anyone see my PPT?
Yeah, we can see.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A very pleasant, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, IMPRI, for giving this opportunity to present my report on assessing the socioeconomic condition of the Jivika workers in a qualitative study in Armapur, which is in Rohtas district of Bihar. My next slide visible?
Yeah.
Okay, so first I would like to say that poverty may be caused by an external shock, but are perpetuated by the unavailability of credit, malnutrition, inadequate coverage against a future shock, and the limited access to a stable source of income, among the other factors. Formation of SCG over the years show it has facilitated inclusion, particularly access to low credit, on assumption that such access will allow retirement high-cost debt, thus enable improvement on livelihood. So for over the years, from 1990s, we have, if we take Bihar as a context, we have seen multiple SSG movements which have been introduced, like Indira Gandhi Gramin Yojana, Mahila Samakhya Yojana, and Pradhan Mantri Gram Swaraj Yojana, Women Development Corporation, but none of them have been able to achieve its objective, which is the central focus of SDG, which is the empowerment of women. So, but only few programs have been able to achieve its objective, women empowerment, in its multi-sectoral approach as Jivika in the midst of high-density failed project that had microcredit and its component. So Jivika is in crux as a platform where understanding of poverty and its solution can be contested and forced into a participatory manner. So there is a community level participation which are encouraged in Jivika, and community level solutions are done then and there. So my next slide is research objectives. My research objectives are to study the evolution of SDG movement in Bihar from 1990 to 2006, when the Jivika was introduced, and to understand the impact of Jivika on multidimensional development factors such as nutrition, health, livelihood, economic, and social empowerment, other than credit and debt portfolio. So I wanted to see whether the beneficiaries have kacha makan or pakka makan, or whether they are practicing open defecations, or they are having any productive assets such as cattle for any income generations or any consumption through this program. So yeah, Jivika as a whole in paper looks good, but for understand its duality and its deep meaning, we have to look at from the multi-sectoral socioeconomic indicators as well, which includes nutrition, health, livelihood, and social and economic factors. So my next slide is, for my report, I used these mainly four articles, which are recasting culture to undo gender, socioeconomic impacts of Jivika, engaging women groups to improve nutrition, and the fourth one is evaluation of national rural livelihood projects. So, and my next, so as I was told, five, 6 slides were enough, so I did not elaborate much on that. I will do that on my report. So, and the research tools and the study location is Arnapur. The study location is Arnapur village in Rohtas district, which is I have primarily chosen because it has been quite close to my home, the nearest village to my, and it also has a robust network of Jivika at the village level. There are like 15 working SDGs, Jivika SDGs are working right now, and 2 block level CLF which are working there. So, and my let me go to my next slide. So I would like to elaborate more on my now key findings. which have been positive outcomes. First, let me start with the positive outcomes. The first, it has freed most of the households from the high cost debt. Beneficiaries have started to take steps towards using credit for productive purposes after retiring expensive loans. So what I observed from the interviews that the beneficiaries are taking a frequent small loans to retire the high cost loans which have been taken from their money lenders or the informal credit. So Jivika has been quite helpful in that aspects for the members. And second, key positive outcomes are the members have now developed the habit of practicing regular savings and now able to voice their opinion in weekly members meeting and more precisely on multitudes of factors. So as I was in passive observation, as I was doing the passive observation of one of the meetings, so I saw that there was a lot of camaraderie among the Jivika members, and they have developed such a intellect by attending the meetings that they're able to do the calculations of the mathematical calculations without the use of any calculator, like percentage and the multiplication, division, and addition, and so on. So that was quite an interesting thing which I noticed, that even though most of them were primary level literate, but they were able to do that those multiplication quite effortlessly. So yeah. Now the challenge is overworked and underpaid. From COVID-19 to midday meal, Jivika members are called to act on behalf of government all throughout the year on a measured salary of 2,000 rupees. On top of that, they are not incentivized for their extra services, nor given any identification card. So, so the salary-wise, let's just take a community mobilizer for an example. The community mobilizers work throughout the day, like they conduct meetings, they like organize all the things which are surrounding all the self-help groups, and I think it's to cover 12 to 14 hours of their day goes into this, but they are only getting 2,000 rupees as a salary, while the professionals like CC community coordinators and the area coordinators are getting quite a lot, if when you compare their labor, which is quite baffling, because even though 16 years of this program, there has not been incremental in their salary, so which was quite a worry among the Jivika members itself. And the second is there is still a lot of work which needs to be filled when it comes to empowerment. There has been no significant cooperative business which has come out of Jivika. Like for instance, we saw in the case of Amul Milk in Gujarat. So the empowerment, the Jivika on papers will tell you that yes, there is an empowerment happening, but as we see, we go out and see that there has been no cooperative business which has come out of Jivika in the recent few years, which has been gone to the scale of like a state level or a national levels. So yeah, so these are the quite challenges they face, that they don't have an identification card that that other ASA and Anganwadi workers have. And even though they are doing quite a lot of work, in the other day on the Independence Day speech, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has said that the Vika members are now will be used in the cleaning of the hospitals. But yes, they are ready to do work. But the thing is, they should be also properly incentivized and compensated for their work, because without them, COVID-19 pandemic would have been quite worse if they have not provided their service in the COVID to 2020. So yeah, these are my findings, and based on that, recommendation that there should be a grievance redressal forum at the block level for the Jivika members for any difficulty they are facing, and there should be decentralization of the funds to the community mobilizers, because what I have seen, what I have learned from the Jivika Didi itself, that she only gets like rupees 100 rupees, just rupees 100 for the all the recharge and all the electronic cheese which needs to add, which we know that internet data quite I mean cost quite a lot. But even though everything is price is rising, their price has been same for the last 16 years. And lastly, I want to show you my field visits, which have been day one, which is this is a SD members meeting, and this is a bookkeeper meeting. So yeah, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Hello.
Was I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Yes. Nivedita ji, I think you should also connect the work condition and wages of an existential struggle of Jivika Didi along with the other scheme workers like Anganwadi workers as well as Asha workers. And also go through the charter of demand of that. And I think regularization, the overarching concern is regularization of scheme workers, whichever schemes government is coming up with for the rural health or education or child health or integrated child development, where state is directly the employer of these women. They should not be treated as a volunteer. They should be treated as a worker, and the minimum wages of the state should be given, or the standardization of wages, workload, and the responsibilities in terms of social protection, social security, that should be standardized through for all the scheme workers. I think that is a major concern. Because what you have described about Jivika Didi is applicable to Anganwadi workers and Asha workers also.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, it's good work. Huh? Very good.
So, sorry for interrupting. So, in terms of recommendations, so I should compare that with Asha and Anganwadi workers and compare their facilities as well and their challenges as well.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ankita ji. I think we have Nivedita ji here with us. Nivedita ji, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Could you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Social dynamics of Delhi Heart. This is my topic. So the background of the study area is that Delhi Heart is in space. Where is it? It is in South Delhi of INA. So this is a space where around 200 to 300 artisans are there, where they showcase their artwork and tradition artwork in terms of their occupation. So so I have done my research on the basis of a qualitative research, and this research has been taken as per observation, in-depth interview, and lot of visits I have done. So it's not a one go that I have done it. So this area foster unity and diversity in terms of our culture and tradition. So it reflects our past historical landscape, and it is this area. So it's not about the socio-economic status. It is also about the Indian tradition. Journey to qualitative research. So this research unfolds many layers of their stories. It narrates many, I would say, many untold stories, which is being embedded in their lifestyle and in their life. So in this research is all about most of the artisans or respondent have joined this occupation because of their forefathers have served in this occupation, and there were few who were entrepreneurs. Why I would say entrepreneur? To find a new occupation for their own sustenance and a livelihood. So this was a whole trajectory. So I just categories. So the categorical thing table, what I found that in 1A, the people who joined from forefathers and they have given their tradition that you have to do it. And the second, which people who are entrepreneurs and just finding their hope and optimism in this kind of livelihood. And the third, which is more kind of, they are doing their first generational and they are very fine with this. So the three categories were there. So this is not a kind of that I took an interview in a kind of a one-to-one that I'm going to take interview and you have to answer these questions. It was a more kind of a informal setting where I used to buy the products of theirs, and then they asked how you liked it and why you chose this profession and what are the reasons that is there. So this, in my research area, I also try to underpin the gender dynamics. So what I found that in most of the people, most of the women are behind the curtains. They are not in the marketing and strategy, that would we say as a informal formal language. So they are mostly behind the curtain or making the clothes, weaving it, stitching it. So all these kind of at the back front they were at. So they were not in the present. So what I found that it is a more that the marketing strategy of these artisans are mostly masculine. I'm sorry to say that, but there are some women are also there. They're entrepreneurs. They are doing, and personally, one or two are my friend as well. But apart from them, they all are men. So this is a kind of a marketing strategy of these artisans. So I took methodology of in-depth interview and a participant observation and focus group and case study. So as name suggests, we have gone through whole of this 3 months of research methodology of different developed it. So I do not want to repeat it again. And also I delve as well iconography, where the structure or of the architecture of that particular place of Delhi Hat is also resonates it promotes it Indian art and tradition and culture. So it's iconography also plays a very crucial role in this research I found it. And the literature review, so I just try to fit in 2 literature review over this presentation. So this Aruna Ranganathan is talking about that how globalization and technology has hampered or you can say impeded their journey of their occupation. So why this, I would say, the globalization LPG happened in 1991, and this kind of their handloom craft handicraft is more expensive as compared to the when we buy to the synthetic or fast fashion. So fast fashion product is more cheaper than that. You will buy a sari 10,000, 15,000, and if you compare to that synthetic sari, you'll get in 2,000 or 1,000. That's a huge difference. And also I have not written in this dissertation, but it is my observation. There's a purchasing power parity of this clothing is more from higher income group. It's not from the lower income group. You will find over here that the people are coming like a civil servant or white collar, I would say. So white collar people are more purchasing these kind of clothes. So we have to make this is the gap that I found. This is a practical gap. This is not this is my observation. This I've not asked or discussed it. That's that we have to make a viable cloth as much that a lower middle class can buy it. If I am buying a 15,000 sari, it's all about the purchasing power parity. So this whole scenario that I found it. So EPW, so this more income group, this is a handicraft. So it's saying about the machinery, lacuna and all those equipment thing. And Aruna Ranganathan clearly defines that how globalization affected. And most of them respondents said to me that one of the respondents said to me that there's a migration problem, that people are migrating from rural area to urban area for the good opportunity, and they are not staying in their own village. And I remember 3 years back, I asked vegetable vendor from which district from Bihar or UP, you are. So why are you not working over there? He said to me in Hindi, कि कौन करता है अपने गांव में काम? So this is the kind of a thing that this kind of a statement that is given by one of the, not here, 3 years back that I have received it. So there's a kind of a notion that's been given or inculcated to the people that we have to go to the urban areas, to other state, work in the same kind of job, but not in our region. That is also, we have to change it. And narrative analysis of artisans. So main findings that I found that this is most of a generational form of art and providing sustenance to the local community. And they, so this is a Madhubani painting. I have taken case study where I took an interview of one respondent. He said to me that there's a one village in Bihar, Madhubani, Jitwarpur. So it is one of the most of the Padma Bhushan, Padam Shri are from the awardee are from this village, and all the villages are involved in the Madhubani painting. And when I asked the historical landscape of their village or of their painting, not, so what he told me the answer that it is related to Indian mythology, and Indian mythology which is more related to the Sita goddess. So this is a kind of a relation with the Indian mythology. So what he said to me, that respondent, that this that this painting, that these kind of paintings are being sold in the market, which is first copy, and it is digital form or digital copy or something like that, and this has to be, copyright has to be done over there. So this is one issue that he told me, and this whole village is directly linked to this form of art, and they are providing opportunity and purchasing parity of this village, everything they are related to it. So they learn from their art from their forefather, and the lives and so this is a second interview that what I have just found, so I've mentioned it. So one of the artisan, which is she was from Bihar, sorry, West Bengal, Medinipur district, and she has been doing this job since last 10 years. And she's most kind of a entrepreneur, you can say that. So one of the respondent of that particular shop said to me that that they are doing job and to provide the livelihood and sustenance around 300 family of that particular district. So 300 district matters a lot. 300 families matters a lot, a huge number in a rural areas, that they are providing employment opportunities. And this product, whatever she was selling, bamboo product, it is very viable, environmental, sustainable. And as I'm a geographer, so it is more environmental sustainable product. It is not more fast fashion, that I would say. So that's why. So and then there are many artisans that I interacted with them, that the carpet makers, that they are from Uttar Pradesh, UP, in area of Western UP or East Western UP in side of Bulandshahr, and one of them are Allahabad side. And so they are doing this work since last generation wise. And why should we are leaving out one of the main art, that is Banarsi sari, which Banarsi work is there in the Delhi Hat. So most of the traditional Banarsi maker, they usually sit gaddi. So it is in the Varanasi main city of located, and people are doing from since last so many generations. And as far as what I know about that, how government has changed their policies, or there's some kind of exhibitions are in Varanasi, in some area, in which area I'm video colony, which area that people exhibit their products. So what are the main findings that I'm coming to my point, that how what are the commonalities that I found? So there's a commonalities, there's a lacuna, and there's a kind of who are the customers of this product. So the findings are that they are buying their products from so that they are buying products from there since last I'm sorry. So then I'm coming to this point. Due to globalization, traditional artisans are facing challenges. And so, despite these challenges, they are providing millions of job opportunities to the rural population. And also, these artisans plays a crucial role in preserving Indian tradition. So, what I observed that apart from that, yeah, that they're in club people, they are adapting a new kind of culture, new technology, which is digital printing as per the globalization. So they are also adapting a new technology. This is a kind of a contrary that I'm just telling you. So what I found is that that they are most of, they have learned a very fine blended art and tradition from their forefather, and then they are portraying in their respective occupation. So that is the one of the remarkable thing that we can expect. And also their experience of is they are most contented about their respective occupation, that they say if we go to for any kind of job, so we'll not have any this kind of freedom or purchasing power parity, and we are employing and we are providing opportunities to thousands millions of people. So what they have demanded me that there should be a marketing and promoting scheme should be there, and there should be handloom clusters, or there should be in every district. There, this is my recommendation. This is not they have said to me. What I have observed this, and there should be handloom clusters in every district where they could sit like a self-help groups. They are self-help groups. Most of the artisans who come over there are registered in the name of NGO, or are registered in the self-help group, or registered in the name of cooperative houses. So they are categorically registered in kind of any kind of group or NGOs. But in the handloom clusters, they would going to work, and like of they would get the wages like a 500 or 600. So there would be no kind of exploitation. Middlemen would be, I think, side line. When you work, when you are owner, every owner would going to work, every owners of labor would going to work in that handloom clusters. That's my creation. And also there should be assistance of in providing a capacity building. So in that you would be providing skills and resources to the people, so that they can reflect in their occupation, and imparting informal education, and giving them new kind of technology which is being used in the in the synthetic thing. So in that you can modernize or fusionize the hybridize that art. It's not, I'm not saying the hybridize the art wholly, but it has to be in a centric or in a neutral form. That's what I'm want to say it. So this is and in market exorbitant. So it's kind of very out of the pocket for the lower middle class. That what I found it. So we have to make a cloth which is most viably purchasable by the lower middle class. It is good art that it is having, but there's somehow lack of awareness among the large mass of our country. It is, people are making from large mass of people are involved in this, but however that lower consumption is there because of money. So fast fashion is impacting. So yeah, this is all about suggestion, and I've completed my thing.
Your presentation is excellent in terms of analytical rigor, theoretical, this thing, connection of micro, meso, and global forces, how are they impacting? And the dumping that is taking place from other Asian countries also, some especially the Chinese handicraft are so cheap and available in a dollar shop for 50 rupees and this thing. So I think that also is impacting. But the recommendation has to be at the three levels. What should the state do for protection and nurturance of the handicraft? That is one aspect. The cooperative efforts like Dastakar or Pumpuhar or the traveling exhibition come sale by the artisans. That is also so many state governments are sponsoring, especially the southern states. I see them doing that. That is a one. And third aspect is that of a consumer awareness. And consumer awareness also, like the moment you know that so many people's livelihood is dependent on them, and for that more media coverage to this kind of handicraft has to be there. Like you go to Sweden, okay, Sweden, the handicraft workers, they are highly educated. They are economically secure. They are and they are doing it as a hobby. In fact, when there was a exhibition in a drawing room of one of the patrons in Mumbai, when I went there to buy Madhubani chunni, and she was madam from Bihar, Madhubani village. She told me, teach my daughter ABC. Okay, Madhubani painting we will do as a hobby. Okay, but basic formal skills to negotiate your life and dignify this kind of insecurity, economic insecurity in which we are living, that is not, I don't want that for my daughter. Or when I went to Himachal in a Siddhbadi, so many women who are excellent in making woolen, they make very good mufflers and sweaters and all. And they say, Didi, I'll make, because you have conducted training for 10 days, Didi, I'll make a sweater for you. But I am not going to make sweater for my livelihood, because if in Narega, if I just by picking up distillery bottles and whatever, this thing, packets which the tourists are throwing, if I pick them up and I get 350 rupees, why would I waste my time for 7 days of knitting and bothering my eyes? And so many women who have totally depended on knitting, their eyesights have gone. Same was the tone of Lucknowi workers who are making in Lucknow, who are making the Lucknowi stitch, all the garments and all. So I think humanizing the labor of the artisans, providing social security and social protection so that they don't have to self-exploit. Because in this case, in case of artisan, what happens is what we economists call self-exploitation. You go on working because you are going to get piece rate wage. If you make one more piece, you will get more wages. So that has to go. So for that, social protection and social security by the state are very important. Some of the private sectors have come up. For example, in Kutch, so the diamond industry under the CSR, they are supporting all the activities of the artisans. They can come directly sell their products. For 10 days, they are given the premises. It's a beautiful village they have created, which is a tourist place also. And the artisans come there. For 10 days, everything is sponsored by under CSR. Such experiments have taken place. And I think Delhi Heart kind of thing has to be there in almost all states and union territories, because we have such a locally and the rich culture of the creativity among the artisans. For example, we in Maharashtra, we have a Varli painting. So now modernization, like I went for a 8 March program where all these women, self-employed women and artisans, they were selling their product. I gave them cash. They said, can't you do GPay? That means they have learned. They have learned GPay, they have learned social media, whatever their products they are making, they are putting up on the social media. So I think making them aware and capacity building of the artisans to do direct sell is also very important. Here comes the advantage to the educated housewives in the post-COVID period. Many of them lost their job, but still they are thriving because now they are harvesting the technology for reaching out to directly to the clients. So 3 levels of recommendation. I suggest state, artisans themselves, and also the protection schemes for social protection, social security, the cooperatives.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
But a brilliant work, excellent work here. I think all 17 presentations today, I can, because any mark of the success of any effort in research is its outcome. Because we have had a brilliant, the best experts we could get from the country, they were there, even from abroad, they were there. But your presentations, and continuously, we started at 11:30, it is now 4:30. But they have had a very, very encouraging impact on not only on IMPRI team, but also on for the resource persons, and on behalf of resource persons and the visiting faculty at IMPRI. I would just really commend your work and congratulations to all of you. And I think anthology is going to be very powerful. The choice of topic, treatment of topic, your commitment in fieldwork, your robust analysis, walking extra mile to make your study very comprehensive and socially useful. I think that is the USP of your endeavor. And congratulations on it. Thank you. And best wishes for your bright future. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do any of the participants have some final feedbacks?
Yeah.
Okay. If not, then I have a few announcements to make. Firstly, that the final draft of your final report has to be submitted by the 28th of August. Post this draft submission, the review process will begin. Your reports will be reviewed by our chair, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, and the respective experts based on the title of your respective reports. I would request the participants to please stick to the timeline, as it will help in maintaining the speed of the process. The more you delay in the submission of the final draft, the more the entire publication process will be delayed. Hence, 28th August is the date. Please do make sure that you submit by then. In case you guys need more time, or due to any of the reasons, I request you guys to please submit an email to us, write to us, stating the reason why the delay in the report, and also give us the timeline by when will you be able to submit it. I would request that if it is not happening by 28, then not to take more than a week to submit the final draft. That is all regarding the final draft submission. Vibhuti ma'am, do you have something to add to this aspect?
No. I think that's what, because all of you are now, you have your structure ready, even your information, data, everything is ready. So I think preparing the final draft should not take long. So I think stick to the deadline and maybe a couple of days more, but we should come up with the anthology on time. Yeah.
I need time till September 10th, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I need time till September 10th, I said.
So Lochana ji, can you also write to us over the email so we have a formal conversation regarding this?
Yeah. And again, with regard to posting it on the YouTube, please take care.
Huh?
Yes, we have noted your concern now. Noted your concern. We'll look after it.
Huh?
I had one question.
Yes, Ritika ji.
This anthology and the book, are they separate things?
No, book is anthology is the collection of edited work. No, it's
the book's name is An Anthology of Essays, followed by the fellowship program's name. Each of your reports will be published as the chapter in the book. So you will be the chapter authors.
With your authorship, yeah. Which you, and it is an ISBN also. So whatever research or your biodata, you can show it as a publication with ISBN, which is very important. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Okay, thanks so much to IMPRI and all the resource persons who have helped us to come to this level.
Very good. We made a very good team, and now we are a part of a community. Yes, your own WhatsApp group. Very good. All the best to all of you for your final report writing. Hello, Ankita ji. Bye.
Thank you so much, everybody. Ma'am, should I go ahead with the formal vote of thanks?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so as we come to the end of the last day of Public Policy Qualitative Participatory Action Research Fieldwork Fellowship Cohort 3.0, an online national summer school program, a 4-month online immersive qualitative participatory action research fieldwork certificate training fellowship, I, Priyanka Negi, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, would like to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of IMPRI. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chair, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, for generously sharing her time with us and expertise in today's session and throughout this program. We also express our sincere appreciation to all the experts who have guided us over the past 4 months, contributing to our learning journey. We thank all of our participants who have raised pertinent questions throughout this program and were very active in today's deliberation and the presentation ceremony. We would like to I would also like to mention that a feedback form will be shared with you all. That is to be filled and submitted. Post the submission of the feedback form, only the certificates will be awarded. We would also like to announce that we have the next cohort of this fellowship program coming up on the 8th of September. We are grateful if you're watching us later on YouTube or listening to us on our various podcasts or reading our publications. We hope you continue to join in future to our IMPRI Web Policy Talk and Web Policy Learning. Wishing you a very good evening and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyanka ji, for painstakingly moderating the session. Thank you. You have to believe me.